Live streaming is on.
Hello everybody, and apologies for that delay. We were just sorting out some technical issues so that we have some lovely visuals on hand for you today. Welcome to the Virtual Education Expo. I'll get straight into the first speaker. We're very lucky to have Nuala McGinn, who is NUIG's Director for Centre of Adult Learning and Professional Development. She'll be chatting to us today about your lifelong learning essentials, so how you can upscale for your computer. Thank you so much, Nuala, for joining us.
Good morning, Gemma, and thank you for having me. And maybe we'll just jump right into it and we'll start the presentation. So, Gemma, as you mentioned, I'm the Director at the Centre for Adult Learning and Professional Development at NUI Galway, and you're all very welcome to this webinar today. And wherever that may reach you, whether you're at home or if you have a chance to take a break from work, or perhaps you might be homeschooling, or I don't know, maybe you're based in Ireland or further afield. But I've worked with adult learners for over 20 years, and I've met with very busy professionals in the course of that time who are looking to wrap their study around their work and their family responsibilities. And as you can imagine, adult learners, when they're considering coming back to study, have lots of different concerns. So during the course of this presentation, I'd like to give you some ideas or pointers that you should consider when choosing a course of study, and the types of questions that you should consider asking if you're thinking about changing your career pathway. So we might move to our next slide and think about the terms of, what has motivated you to join this webinar today. So maybe just before we jump into the finer details of what lifelong learning is about, we might just consider just that particular question. So that's just on our second slide. And perhaps you're somebody who hasn't had a chance maybe to undertake further education in any formal sense when you did perhaps your intermediate or your leaving certificate. Or maybe you've always wanted to gain a formal higher level qualification. Well, if that's you, then you'll find that this webinar will be useful, because I want to explain to you, what to look out for when deciding upon a course of study. And I want to explain some of the key terms or jargons that we might use in the further or higher education section, and maybe when we use those terms in terms of how we describe our courses of study. So moving on to the other perhaps idea of somebody who wants to upskill, maybe you're somebody who has a master's degree or a qualification already, and you know that skills and knowledge requirements are ever changing in the workplace, but you want to ensure that your skills are relevant for the future world of work. And on that slide I have in front of you there, that's a statement from the expert group on the future skills report. And really what that's saying is that continuing education is a necessity for Ireland, that with continuing technological advances and shifts in, I suppose, business processes and an aging workforce, that the globalization of markets and other factors, that these are placing new and more sophisticated demands on the labour force. And we know that, all occupations are going to be more knowledge-based. They're going to require an increasing mix of generic and domain-specific skills to maintain company competitiveness. So if you're that person, you want to gain your experience and to be future ready for the world of work, well, then you'll find a lot of interesting things today. In terms of validating your learning, you might be somebody who has lots of experience in the workplace. You've developed those on-the-job skills, and now you want to gain recognition for your learning or for that on-the-ground knowledge. Well, if so, the information on the recognition of prior learning that I'll share with you later this morning will be of interest to you. Or just the final category of person who might be interested in the webinar today is somebody who would find that just learning is fun. And you want to take a course for your own personal development. You might want to meet some like-minded people who you can share your ideas with, or you might just want to find out more about the world of work, and you're keen to see what study options are on offer. So there's lots of different people who might be joining us today. And just giving you on our next slide an idea of maybe what the motivation for some adult learners has been from a survey that we do every year, and our 2019 results have given us those examples of the number of people who are interested in studying for professional development and the people who have chosen to come to NUI Galway to study for their personal development. So you may fit into either of those categories, but I'm sure today you'll find something of interest to you. So we might move along then and go to our slide, which talks about, well, what is lifelong learning? That's a concept that's used in different places. So we just might move along then to our next slide. Thank you, Cormac, for moving it along. And what is lifelong learning? And the answer to that is that, you know, lifelong learning covers a very broad spectrum of time in which you learn and acquire knowledge. And that knowledge is what we would term from cradle to grave learning. So Cormac, I might just ask you to pop onto the next slide, and we just look at a couple of those categories in lifelong learning. So looking at it, most of us are very experienced in the terms of formal learning. You know, that learning might be something that you have undertaken in the regular education system, whether it was primary or secondary, or if you've had some experience already of higher education. But that non-formal learning is really important because it's any organised educational activity that you might have undertaken outside the established formal system, but it contributes to your skills enhancements. So for example, you might have trained to be a GAA coach, or you might have become a leader in the Boy Scouts or Girl Guides. That's really important lifelong learning, and we term that non-formal. But thinking then just in relation to informal learning, this is what I call really true lifelong learning. And it takes place wherever a person has a need or an interest in learning something new. Now, it's generally not very highly structured, and it can be often just optional or self-directed. So, for example, you might look at some videos on a topic, you might do a bit of self-study, you might read an article, or you might participate in a discussion forum online, and we call that informal learning. Another example of this might be a MOOC, a massive online open course. Lots of people have heard about those that you might undertake normally for free, but it's for the purpose of gaining new information. And it may also be because you want to network with others and meet others with similar interests. So they're all those ideas of lifelong or informal learning. And I think we're just moving a little bit fast on the slides, Cormac. Could we go back 2 slides, please, if you wouldn't mind? Because we're just going to consider still just that whole idea of finally those last 2 pointers on the slide, just there at the end. Thanks, Cormac, around part-time or full-time courses. That's often the very normal way that you might have experienced lifelong learning. And it can be also somebody who might have decided to take a CPD module, something for maybe your professional development or for your organisation or for professional accreditation. People will often do a CPD course. And lifelong learning can mean anything from attending a course for a day, for an evening, something part-time. It could be blended or online. It can vary. And I think that's the beauty of lifelong learning. It's very diverse and it's very expansive, so that you can really consider it for whatever your personal reasons or professional reasons are. So might move on to our next slide and just ask that key question, you know, how do you choose that right course? And this is really important because if you're coming back to study after some time out of formal education, whatever your next step is, it must be the right step for you. And any decision you make will require an immense time commitment on your part. So there's also that to consider, and that other key component, which is the financial consideration. So making the right choice is essential. So just moving on then to the factors that you might consider when choosing a course. And I just might ask you, Cormac, to move on to the next slide. And we've just kind of outlined a couple of factors there that we might kind of talk about. So the first factor, what I would always ask people to think about, is the course content. Now, in education, we have a saying that content is king. So if you're going to spend the next year or longer undertaking a course of study, it's important to research it well, to talk about and ask questions about what we term the curriculum. So you might be attracted to a course because it suits your talent. So, for example, you might enjoy working with numbers and you might consider a course which is a high level of numeric content. A business course that has maths, stats, accounting as part of its core teaching might be attractive to you. Or maybe an engineering course which has stuff in it and content in it like programming or physics as a key component. Maybe the language area is your strength. So then a course that gives you an opportunity to develop your written and spoken skills in that particular language may be the one for you. So what I'd advise is that you read the relevant section of any course material that is provided. For example, today in the stall for this virtual education expo, NUI Galway has provided its prospectus with relevant course details. So you should contact the course director or administrator that is listed for any course, because if you require further information, it's important to ask now. And you could set up an appointment, or in today's COVID terms, a video call to meet that person, because it's at that point you'll get some really valuable information. The other factor to consider is the mode of study. So does part-time or full-time study suit you best? And it's important to consider how you can wrap your work, your family life around your study. So take time to see what the time commitment is in relation to that course. And I'm often asked by prospective students if they'll be able for a course. And you know, my response generally is yes, you will be able, but can you give it the time? And that's the critical factor, because for all of us, time is such a big barrier. So consider if you have to attend lectures for that particular course, whether they're on campus, as in a classroom-based program or a blended learning course. And also think about the distance from your home or place of work to that particular centre, because there is time commitment involved in that travel, and that can eat into your valuable study time. The other factor I would advise you to think about is the course certification and the level. Now I'm just going to move on to this next slide, which shows you the FAN. You might be familiar with it. It's the National Framework of Qualifications, that FAN, and it has 10 systems or 10 levels which we use to translate or interpret awards. So each level is based on a nationally agreed standard of knowledge and skills and competencies that you'll gain from that level of study. And these help define what an individual is expected to know and understand and be able to do following the successful completion of a course of study at a certain level. And it's important to ask, well, what level is the course offered at? Is it just to get an understanding of the depth and range of learning outcomes involved? And as you'll see from this slide in front of you, the NFQ comprises awards from initial learning to doctoral level. So, for example, the Irish Junior Certificate, a lot of you may be familiar with that, is on the left-hand side of this fan. It's at level 3. And as you move over to the right and move across the fan, you'll have the Honours Bachelor degree, which is at level 8. And then, of course, just down at the very bottom right side of your fan, you will see the doctoral degrees, or what we term PhDs, and that's at level 10. And at NUI Galway, we offer courses at level 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the framework. So moving along then, having got a sense of, well, what is the framework and what are we dealing with, it's useful to get an understanding of what each of these levels mean. So Cormac, I might ask you to pop along to the next presentation slide. Yeah, they're just showing you those pointers where NUI Galway is featured. So as I said, level 7, 8, and 9, and 10. And on this particular table in front of you, I'm wanted to kind of spend a moment or two just thinking about the levels and explaining them a bit further, because I often get queries about this, and I find that it's very helpful just to shape it up in this way to help people understand. So in terms of knowledge, which we'll see on the left-hand side of the presentation slide, we're looking at the breadth of knowledge that's contained in a course. So at the lower levels, we'll move from basic or a moderate range of knowledge developed to more specialized knowledge at the higher end, at level 7 and above. And then as you go further, that knowledge is almost leading into research in the field of learning that you are undertaking. So you can see how we move from moderate to more specialized depending on the level of the course. In terms of know-how and skills, you as a prospective student would move from just learning a moderate range of skills in a level 4 or a level 5 course, and then you'll continue, if you were to take the course at a higher level or that subject area at a higher level, to demonstrate mastery of a complex and specialized range of skills and tools in that area as you move into courses that are at level 8 or higher. And then thinking about the competency in the role that you may undertake if you've completed a course of study. Well, at level 4 and 5, you will be acting with responsibility for your own work. But as you progress through your studies in that particular area, and as you go higher, for example, in a management course at level 6 or level 7, you'll be taking on the responsibility for the work of others in the role that you would undertake. And then if you study that particular area at a higher level, at level 8 and up, you would be more leading and initiating activity. And there will be examples of something like in a management role where you may be directed at the lower level, and as you increase your skills and as you increase your study, you will be the person who might be taking on the management leadership role, like a course that you might do in business or something like on an MBA program. They would be the type of roles you would expect afterwards. And finally, on that slide, just thinking about your competency and your competency to learn and what our expectation of you would be in that role in a course that maybe at level 4 and 5, you'd be responsible for sure for your own learning, but that would be within a very structured environment. And if you undertook a course at level 6 and 7, you'd be expected to evaluate your own learning, but it would still be within a structured environment. But as you move into courses at level 8 and higher, you'd be required to self-evaluate and to take responsibility for your own learning. And we look at these concepts of levels in a bit more detail when we talk about the learning activities that take place in a learning environment, because they become more in-depth and they move into more analysis and synthesis and more in-depth areas of the subject as you move higher in the levels. So considering then and moving on to the next set of factors that you might consider in choosing a course of study. So Cormac, I might ask you to move on to the next slide. And the two items that I'd love to chat to you about are about course structure and the delivery format. And on our next slide, I'm going to explain course structure to you in terms of the courses that we offer at NUI Galway. And this is just an example. No matter what university or institute of technology or organization you will consider taking some study with, they will have their own course structures. But just on the next slide, I'll show you what NUI Galway offer. So Cormac, I might ask you to swap on to the next one. Thank you. And in this particular slide, you can see in front of you, I have degree, master's, diploma, and CPD. So maybe just to talk about that for the moment. So at the undergraduate level, our degrees are structured on a step-by-step basis. So you can complete year 1 and obtain a certificate award. You can progress and complete year 2 to obtain a diploma or a degree at the end of years 3 and 4. Now, these flexible learning pathways are ideal for students who may wish to enter or exit the course at different stages. In the same way, at our master's or our postgraduate courses, we offer one-year certificates, a second year leading to a postgraduate diploma, and the option to continue to a master's level in a third year. So that gives you great flexibility depending on your time or your commitment that you can give to the study to pick and choose what way you want to engage in the programme. And we also offer special purpose diploma awards, and these are offered at level 7, 8 and 9 of the National Qualifications Framework. And these diplomas, I can give you examples. One of them is a lean and quality systems. Another one is change management. We have others in technology enhanced learning and many others that you'll see in our information that we're sharing with you today at the stand. But these are industry focused courses, and they will enable students to develop their professional skills and apply their learning immediately to the workplace. And these may be very attractive to the people that I spoke about earlier, in those who want to come and take a course to upskill for the future and for their workplace. So those specialist purpose diplomas may be of a lot of interest. And then just finally on this particular slide, I've also included CPD, that's Continuing Professional Development modules. And they're available in NUI Galway, and I'm sure in other institutions, on a standalone basis, and are suitable for students who want to progress and just take a single module for the purposes of upskilling, maybe for work or maybe to maintain their professional accreditation. And these modules in NUI Galway are available in online, blended learning or classroom-based format, but they're very flexible and they're very manageable, and they're very much something that you could fit around your work and your family commitments, and might be just the solution that you need for upskilling. So, having spoken about the course structures that you might consider and ask questions about when choosing your course of study, we move on then in our next slide to look at course delivery. And in course delivery, there's lots of different options available. At NUI Galway, we offer a number of a majority actually of our part-time programs are either in online or blended learning format. And in today's environment, there's a lot of focus on online learning and the need to be flexible. And even particularly now in our current situation with the COVID-19 virus, it has meant that people are not as able to travel as before. And at NUI Galway, for over 20 years, we've been delivering programs in a blended and online mode. And this can be a new way of learning for people. So I just would like to spend a little bit of time telling you about what you might be able to expect or think about in this mode of learning, and maybe make some decisions whether it might be suitable for you. So what experience should you expect if you undertook a course in blended learning? Well, at NUI Galway, in a fully online module, I've listed some of the components there for you to see. So we use a virtual learning environment called Blackboard, and our content is presented in a self-instructional format. So it's clearly laid out in terms of the module overview. It's divided into units and topics. And so we make it easy for you as a student to navigate the material. You'll also have access to your content in other formats such as podcasts or videos. And some of the modules will also have live webinars, so you can interact with your fellow classmates and module lecturer in real time. And we'll assign readings to each topic, and you may be asked to participate in moderated discussion boards. And these are something that you can complete in your own time, which really suits the busy professional. There may also be opportunities to assess your learning through reflective practice journals or learning blogs. And thinking about how that would be, you could use your own workplace as an example of how you might show you understood the topic or where you have had a chance to bring your learning into the workplace. So reflective journals are a really powerful tool for adult learners to demonstrate the learning and give evidence of their understanding. In a blended learning mode, just looking at what we term the face-to-face piece, You will expect in blended learning to have all the same components as the online in terms of how you receive your course information. But in blended learning, you'll also have the opportunity to come to class very periodically. It could be once a month. You could come on campus to NUI Galway, or you might be asked to attend one of our outreach centres. And again, you have the opportunity to meet your colleagues in person and your course lecturer. Field trips or laboratory sessions may also be part of your course, particularly if you are studying a science or an engineering module. And of course, the key question for lots of prospective students is assessment. It's one of those burning questions, and it's very understandable. So assessment types vary across our courses. So, for example, you might be graded on continuous assessment essays or projects which you can complete during the course of the module. Your participation in the discussion boards may be graded, and you may have to undertake a group project with your fellow students, or if you may have a written exam at the end of a module. But whatever mode or combination of assessments used, you'll be informed of this at the start of a module, and you'll be well prepared to complete all your requirements with the support of your lecturer. So moving on then to kind of the next and maybe final set of factors to consider when you're choosing a course of study. And I'm going to ask Cormac maybe to move to our next slide. And the final three, which I've highlighted there, the first key one is the reputation of the course provider and who's the awarding body. And it's really important to ask who's offering the course. What qualification does that training programme lead to? And in Ireland, the major awarding bodies are the State Examination Commission for our Junior and Leaving Certificate. You have the Quality and Qualifications Framework of Ireland, which is QQI. You have universities like ourselves at NUI Galway, and you have a large number of IoTs, the Institutes of Technology. In terms of the other question I pose to you is about your career or future pathways. That's key, and I understand why it would be for so many of our students. It's important to say, well, are there opportunities for work out of this course, and will it be recognised by employers, and will it have any professional certification? Sometimes that can be offered in tandem with the academic award on offer, and they add an extra element to the qualification, and it's really great when you can get the academic award and the professional qualification in tandem. And another thing, lots of our students are interested in travelling at different stages. You should check out if it's in a particular area, whether it's a business or a law or a medical area, will that qualification be recognised abroad? And that's important to consider, particularly if travel is on your mind. And finally, price and payment. They are the biggest and most challenging issues for adult learners. And that, again, in these challenging times is so understandable. So check out the price, check out the payment options. Can you pay by installments? But also check out, are there any scholarships or funding options? At NUI Galway, a number of our courses are eligible for springboard funding. And if they are, and if you are in employment, the course is 90% funded. If you're unemployed, it's 100% funded. Or equally, the organisation or the accrediting body considering studying with may also have some SkillNet funding for programmes. So check out those, because in SkillNet, in some cases, you can get funded up to 50%. And finally, on that idea of price, at NUI Galway, we offer students who are in receipt of a specific payments from the Department of Social Protection. They have an opportunity to apply for our adult learning tuition scholarships. So again, make sure to check out those details on whatever course website or whatever organisation you're considering applying to, because it's worth asking the question, is there any funding available? Following on then, in terms of just other ideas for our programs and what else is covered, we touch on the whole idea of professional transferable skills. So just on our next slide, this is something to mention, that not only if you undertake a course of study, obviously you'll gain the technical content to master your subject area. But at NUI Galway, we also focus on developing students' professional transferable skills. And these are graduate attributes for your personal and professional development, which will enhance your skills in the workplace and secure your skills for the workplace of the future. So we include opportunities for students to develop their critical thinking, their problem solving skills, any written and oral communication skills, decision making and entrepreneurship skills. And in a lot of our work and a lot of the assignments that we undertake, there's a strong emphasis on practical skills and work-based learning in groups and through virtual teams, which encourage the development of these skills. And so as the workplace of the future changes, those skills that you've developed through our courses will carry with you no matter what new task or new skill you're asked to undertake in the workplace. Moving on to the next idea of access and transfer. And on our next slide, I'm looking at the whole area of access, transfer and progression. So for some people, jumping into a course of study at degree or diploma level is just too much, and they're a little bit scared of that commitment. So if you're unsure about what you want to do, check out with the education provider if there's an opportunity to do an access or a foundation course. These are one-year courses. They're an excellent way to sample a subject area, and you can build valuable study skills which will help you make an informed choice going forward. And I mentioned earlier about somebody who might be interested in listening into the seminar around because they have professional skills developed through the workplace. And I talked and mentioned about the recognition of prior learning. Important again to consider this. This RPL, recognition of prior learning, it's a process that allows you to gain admission to a program of study or to gain exemptions or credit from some parts of a course, but it's based on your demonstrated learning that you've achieved maybe through another course of study or experientially through workplace learning or just work experience. And students who have obtained their formal qualification outside Ireland are also eligible for entry to our courses, and we establish equivalencies of study by using a standard such as NARIC Ireland, and that's a useful tool to help us make that comparison. So if you have qualifications from a non-Irish university or higher education authority, make sure to ask, are they eligible to make you either get an exemption from a program or just direct entry in. And very quickly, and moving on towards the end of the presentation, and on the next slide, I just want to pose that question for you. You know, what will the workplace of the future look like? And, you know, I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I had. We would have foreseen lots of challenges, but if we had, but these ideas of artificial intelligence, automation of technologies, the human-machine collaboration, robots doing advanced jobs, the concept of workforce digitalization, all of those will be very current in the world of work in the future. We know for sure there'll be new professions, new jobs, and new skills. And all I can say today is that from all of the research and the indications we're receiving is that everything will be automated. That can be automated, will certainly be automated. We know that skills will be relevant for shorter periods of time, and that upskilling and reskilling will be more valued than ever. And I suppose thinking about those ideas that we will need to reskill, and the fact that you're listening in today and are going to engage with the education providers that are presenting today is a really great first step, and I think that's an excellent plan for how you can work towards the future. Just finally on the next slide, just for in terms of some information on NUI Galway, I've just highlighted some of the program areas that we cover in NUI Galway. I'll let you look at them from business and management through to languages, IT and health promotion. We're very happy to talk to you today about any of those program areas, and we'll be interested to receive your questions. And then finally, for just anyone who wants further information, I'd suggest that you check out the websites that I've just listed on the next slide, and they're ones that I've mentioned today in the presentation. And first of all, so just one more slide on the final one, Cormac. Thank you. And just if you want to take a note of those, NUI Galway's website, nuigalway.ie/adult learning. We're going to be here for the day and happy to take any questions. Also to mention that Wednesday the 24th of June, we will be having at NUI Galway our own virtual open event. So looking forward to that. Just the log on for that for anyone who wants to join us is nuigalway.ie/adult-open-evening. So if you'd like to come along, we'll be with you from 6 until 8:30 p.m. and can talk individually to you about programs and courses. So for now, I'd like to say thanks very much for taking the time to listen. Apologies for the delayed start, and apologies to the next speaker if I've overrun on any time. Very happy to take any questions if there are any at the moment. Thank you very much.
If it's okay for everybody, if any questions, I can get you to direct them to anyone.
Perfect. Thank you, Gemma.
Excellent. Thank you. And we're just going to get set up for the next speaker. So we'll just be a few moments offline and then we'll be back.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. That was fabulous. Hello everybody and welcome to the virtual expo. Apologies, we are running a little bit behind, but we're very lucky to have Dr. Barry O'Donnell. He's the Director of Psychotherapy Programs in the School of Medicine in UCD, and he will be chatting with us now about the fabulous courses that they have available. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Gemma, and welcome to all who are viewing to the psychotherapy programs in UCD. As Gemma said, I'm Dr. Barry O'Donnell. I'm the Director of Psychotherapy Programs in the School of Medicine in UCD. And I have a series of slides that I'd like to take you through, which represent the content of those 6 programs. And hopefully that will prompt some interest and indeed some questions from you. So we just go to share the screen with the slides. So, to begin, perhaps we should start with the question, what is psychotherapy and what does it contribute to our understanding of and therapeutic engagement with the field of the mental? Perhaps we need to ask, what do we understand by the word mental? Do we presume it to be measurable, predictable, compliant, reliably sensible, and always reasonable? Should we presume normal mental life to be different in kind to the pathological? Or should we consider them more different in degree than different in kind? Do the following adjectives perhaps better capture the experience of the mental? Incomplete, elusive, fleeting, intangible, immeasurable, unpredictable, immoral, creative, destructive, erotic, pleasure-seeking, willful, mischievous, witty, unruly, alienating, unsettling, disturbing, fragmentary and fragmenting, plastic, unique. And that, words that describe normal mental life. Is our thinking more determined by enjoyment than grounded in so-called objective reality? Do I experience the mental as foreign, strange to myself, announcing itself in a dream or in impulsive behaviour, requiring work by me to bring it to some light, and so make what sense I can of it? Does this painting by Diego Velázquez from 1656, Blasphemous, does it better represent the complexity of mental life than perhaps the ruler I used in an image on the previous slide? Perhaps we should follow the recommendation of Niels Bohr, father of quantum physics, when he said about his own field, anyone who is not shocked by quantum theory has not understood it. perhaps we should approach the field of the mental with the same expectation of shock and challenge to understand. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis and one of the major influences on major forms of psychotherapy that are currently practiced, wrote in complicated achievements of thought are possible without the assistance of consciousness. In other words, there's a lot of mental activity, a lot of thinking occurring that I am not aware of, that I am not conscious of. In 2011, Professor Raymond Tallis, a world-renowned neuroscientist and geriatrician, wrote of his concern with pervasive neuromania and Darwinitis as modes of thought that obscure perhaps our way to understanding and appreciating mental phenomena. Is it the case that scientific paradigms of illness obscure our access to the mental, just as analgesics mask illness showing itself and thereby obstructing the physician in his or her task of diagnosis? The practice of psychotherapy is a practice position which aims to engage a person in their own question and to work on their own mental phenomena. Psychotherapy is not so concerned with psychological assessment or medication. Those interventions are practiced by other professionals in the field of the mental. All have a role to play, and respectful collaboration and mutual learning is to be encouraged. In 2016, Professor Brendan Kelly, in his History of Psychiatry in Ireland, Hearing Voices, wrote, "Clearly, there is much to be done to ensure that the vision outlined in A Vision for Change is truly realised and is supported by a widening and deepening of a full range of mental health services, including relatively neglected therapies such as psychoanalysis." And indeed, this morning, that same document from 2006 was quoted on Morning Ireland because there is a new version of it just published by the government. The history of psychotherapy has a long number of decades behind it in UCD, starting in the 1970s with a number of clinicians in the Mater Hospital and St. Vincent's Hospital interested in family psychotherapy and in psychoanalysis. This led in 1980 to the founding of the Family Therapy Training Programme in the Mater Hospital, and in 1984 to the founding of the School of Psychotherapy in St. Vincent's Hospital and the launch of the UCD MSc in Psychoanalytic Psychotherapy. 1987 saw the introduction of group analytic psychotherapy training in the School of Psychotherapy in St. Vincent's. And in 1989, 2 years of the Family Therapy Training Programme became recognised as the UCD MSc in Systemic Psychotherapy. In 2001, child art psychotherapy training was introduced in the Mater Hospital. In 2007, the UCD Higher Diploma in Psychotherapy Studies was launched in the School of Psychotherapy in St. Vincent's. And in 2009, 2 years of the 7-year Group Analytic Psychotherapy training became recognised as a UCD MSc in Group Analytic Psychotherapy. In 2014, the UCD Graduate Diploma in Psychoanalytic Studies was launched in the School of Psychotherapy in St. Vincent's. I'd just like to take you through some details of psychotherapy programs we offer in the School of Medicine in UCD. First of all, the Higher Diploma in Psychotherapy Studies, a 1-year program which introduces the major forms of psychotherapy. It has proven itself to be, over the last 13, 14 years, a very effective point of entry into the field of psychotherapy. The Graduate Diploma in Psychoanalytic Studies is a 2-year program focusing on psychoanalysis and the work of Sigmund Freud and Jacques Lacan. We have 4 MSc clinical training programs in psychoanalytic psychotherapy, in group analytic psychotherapy, in child art psychotherapy, and in systemic family psychotherapy. This last is a 4-year MSc program at this point in time. This is to fulfill the requirements of the Irish Council for Psychotherapy. This professional body umbrella group and the bodies within it follow a template for psychotherapy training which requires there to be a minimum of 4 years. The Systemic Family Psychotherapy program fulfills that as a master's in its 4-year period of delivery. For the other psychotherapy programs, the School of Psychotherapy provides 2 additional years for psychoanalytic psychotherapy and child art psychotherapy, and 5 additional years for group analytic psychotherapy. Therefore, for each modality of psychotherapy training in UCD, there are mechanisms to complete the minimum 4-year period of training required by the professional bodies within the ICP group. In February 2019, the Minister for Health appointed the Counsellors and Psychotherapists Registration Board under the Health and Social Care Professionals Act 2005. This will ensure sufficient and adequate professional standards in the fields of counselling and psychotherapy. What is most important to note is that there is recognition here of 2 specific forms of practice, counselling on the one hand, psychotherapy on the other, that are sufficiently distinct to require their own separate registers, and in turn sufficiently distinct from other psych practices such as psychology and psychiatry. This is a very welcome development by the state in recognition of these forms of work that come under the description psychotherapy. What is psychotherapy? Psychotherapy, for all the differences and different forms it takes, is a practice that puts those attending it to work. It doesn't focus on assessment or on diagnosis or psychoeducation. Within psychotherapy, there are many different forms of work, many different paradigms of mental functioning, of development, of social and familial interaction. They are different to one another, and they are different to other paradigms and practices such as psychiatry and psychology. The higher diploma in psychotherapy studies represents these differences and this diversity, and therefore stands as a very good foundation program for people entering into the field and wanting to situate maybe a particular modality that they're interested in relation to other forms of work that come under the description psychotherapy. For all the difference in the psychotherapy modalities, there is a common expectation in psychotherapy training that trainees and practitioners engage in their own psychoanalysis or psychotherapy or group work or personal work. This is because the practitioner in psychotherapy is asking the question, what is my part in this work? Why am I being addressed? What concerns me in the intervention I make, in the direction I give to this work? What has me engaged in this work? The psychotherapy practitioner, therefore, has a different practice position. It is not that of the practitioner as objective scientific observer. It is more the practitioner as implicated in the work, addressed in and by the work, subject to the effects of the work. So just going back to the 6 programs and going into some further detail in relation to each of them. The higher diploma in psychotherapy studies is a 1-year program. It is full-time over 2 semesters. There are 6 modules. It's delivered in block 1 afternoon a week, Tuesdays between 2 and 7:15. It is delivered by practitioner teachers. So while it is not a clinical training, it is very clinically rich given the practitioners who are delivering it. It consists of the following content: psychoanalysis and psychoanalytic psychotherapy, looking at the work of Sigmund Freud, Melanie Klein, Donald Winnicott, Jacques Lacan. Theories of development by Piaget, Bowlby, Bandura, Kohlberg. It represents contributions from psychiatry and psychiatrists, and also an account of the history of the treatment of mental disorder, particularly in Ireland. It represents the work of group analytic psychotherapy, child art psychotherapy, systemic family psychotherapy, drama therapy, cognitive behavioural therapy, dialectical behavioural therapy, constructivist psychotherapy, humanistic integrative psychotherapy, and interpersonal psychotherapy. I'm showing you now 2 endorsements of the programme from graduates. Mary writes, "My aim in undertaking the higher diploma was to gain an academic understanding of psychotherapy in order to assess its value and integrity as a practice. This course builds a platform of understanding of core theory on which the various modalities of practice can be understood and assessed. The delivery of modules by clinical practitioners across the modalities added an invaluable dimension. I highly recommend this course for its content, delivery, and excellent student engagement, all of which were influential in my decision to proceed to the MSc programme in psychoanalytic psychotherapy." Melissa writes, "The higher diploma in psychotherapy studies provided me with an overall knowledge of different modalities of psychotherapy, but more importantly, allowed me to make a well-informed decision on what modality of psychotherapy to pursue. The tutors are all practitioners from varied mental health backgrounds, which added practical knowledge and experience to the academic modules. The programme coordinator was approachable and unwavering in the support to me and my peers. I strongly recommend the course as it provided an invaluable learning experience, personal growth, and it laid the foundation for my further clinical training. Moving on to the MSc in Psychoanalytic Psychotherapy. This is a 2-year programme over 5 semesters. It's part-time. It is a clinical training with a strong research focus. It teaches the work of Sigmund Freud and the French psychiatrist and psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan. It is delivered on Wednesday afternoons between 2 and 7:45 and Thursday morning between 9 and 1. Thursday morning includes a psychiatric case conference in St. Vincent's University Hospital. It is practitioner-teacher delivered. Students on the programme begin psychoanalytic practice with weekly individual and group supervision. Students are also required to be in their own psychoanalysis, and psychoanalysis should have anybody attending it expect to be attending at least twice a week. There is a process in progress for a 4-year training which includes the MSc and 2-year post-MSc in the School of Psychotherapy being recognised by the Association for Psychoanalysis Psychotherapy in Ireland, a constituent member of the psychoanalytic section of the ICP that I mentioned earlier. And we're hopeful that this will be concluded in the near enough future and concluded successfully. The Graduate Diploma in Psychoanalytic Studies is a 2-year programme, part-time. It's delivered on the Wednesday afternoon between 2 and 7:45 and is practitioner-teacher delivered. It's teaching the work of Sigmund Freud and Jacques Lacan because it consists of the theoretical modules of the MSc. The students on the Graduate Diploma are in the same class group as the MSc trainees previously described. Students on this programme do not begin psychoanalytic practice and they do not attend the case conference on the Thursday morning. Students on this programme are nonetheless required to engage in their own psychoanalysis. The principle of our teaching of psychoanalysis on the psychoanalytic programmes in UCD and the School of Psychotherapy is that it is not possible to understand what psychoanalysis is saying to us unless one is engaged in it oneself. The MSc in Systemic Psychotherapy is a 4-year programme over 8 semesters part-time. It is a clinical training with a strong research focus. Again, practitioner-teacher delivered. Years 2 and 3 of the 4-year programme have the students gain invaluable clinical experience, live clinical experience with families in HSC settings, in CAMS, that's the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Service, and are in the Healthy Living Centre in TCU. The 4-year programme is recognised by the Family Therapy Association of Ireland, a body within the ICP group. Students engage in psychotherapy exercises throughout the 4 years of the programme. The MSc in Child Art Psychotherapy is a 2-year programme over 5 semesters part-time. It is a clinical training with strong research focus. It's delivered on Fridays in the Mater Hospital Dublin in the Catherine Macaulay Centre there. It is also practitioner-teacher delivered. Included in it is an 18-month placement constituting 1 full day a week in addition to the Friday in a child and adolescent mental health service, providing invaluable experience in these very challenging clinical settings. Students also engage in their own psychotherapy throughout. There are discussions taking place for, at some point in the future, recognition of the 4-year training, which includes 2 years of the MSc and 2 years post-MSc in the School of Psychotherapy, recognition by the Association for Child Art Psychotherapy. The MSc in Group Analytic Psychotherapy is a 2-year programme, part-time. It is a clinical training with strong research focus. 4 years of training in the School of Psychotherapy is required prior to applying for the UCD MSc component of this training. For information on that, I invite you to email info@tsop.ie. The 4-year training prior to the MSc consists of a foundation certificate of 1 year, a diploma in group work practice of 2 years, and 1 year of a qualifying course. The group analytic psychotherapy training for all levels is delivered over 9 weekends a year, from a Friday through to Sunday. It is practitioner-teacher delivered. Included in the training, fundamentally, is the students engaging in group analytic therapy as part of the weekend delivery. The programme, or the training, which takes place over a 7-year period in its totality, although it is possible to exit after 1 year or 3 years or 4 years. The programme is recognised by the Irish Group Analytic Society, again a constituent member of the psychoanalytic section of the ICP. So thank you for your attention. If you would like to submit some questions or comments now, I think we have a facility for receiving them through the chat text line. But you can also take note of our email address, which is psychotherapy@ucd.ie. And you're very welcome to send us any queries or inquiries that you have. Thank you very much. So we'll do that now.
Thanks so much. That was very, very interesting.
So here we are again.
Very, very interesting.
Thank you, Gemma.
I had a few questions myself, if that was okay. So
yes.
With regards to the group therapy, would that be would that be like students assessing one another, or would you bring in like a volunteer or something like that, or would you work with somebody?
Very often in the field of psychotherapy, which I suppose is a word that maybe isn't as well known as psychiatry or psychology. Sorry, is there some feedback there?
Yeah.
Is the audio okay?
That's a bit odd. Normally that's if there's a double. Look, I'll just mute myself.
Oh, okay. So I was just saying, in terms of the word psychotherapy, it usually prompts people to wonder, well, what is that? Are you a psychiatrist? Or are you a psychologist? Some people are these things as well as being having undergone a psychotherapy training. But there is a question: what is the difference? And your question, Gemma, there maybe picks up on a fundamental difference. I mentioned it in one of the slides: a different practice position. Psychologist, psychiatrist, for all the very intensive and rigorous training that they do, they're not required to enter into their own psychotherapy, their own examination of their own psychological life or mental life. That is fundamental to the major forms of psychotherapy. For all their differences and different understandings of how the mental works, they all require practitioners to engage in their own psychotherapy. So in the group analytic psychotherapy, that takes the form of group analytic psychotherapy. So that in the training weekends, the 9 weekends, components of those weekends are therapy groups, and that's handled extremely carefully and expertly by the training team. So there is a group conductor, group therapist, with a number of students who are in their therapy group. I suppose I should say psychotherapy, the programs we're talking about, probably are best approached by people who have a little bit of life experience. And certainly the age profile on a lot of our programs are people well into their 20s, let's say 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s, and well, we wouldn't exclude other ages, but let's just say we have a broad age profile across the decades. Does that answer your question in terms of the this comes as a surprise to people that because I suppose the dominant paradigm of training and expertise is that I don't get involved at a personal level. I'm an expert. I stand back. I use the phrase in the slide, an objective scientific observer. It doesn't affect me. I'm just carrying out say an assessment or a diagnostic examination. So those practices are invaluable. There is a place for that kind of assessment, that kind of diagnostic assessment in terms of mental disorder, that kind of intervention that might take the form of a medication. These are all very important, very much part of our culture in that. Psychotherapy is not offering those. It's offering the opportunity for somebody to come in and engage in work. And insofar as they do that, the person of the therapist is going to be implicated in that in a way that the therapist has to be ready for, insofar as one can be. There's an aspect of it which will always take one by surprise, but one has to have experience of one's own therapy. And that's why we would talk about it being a different practice position. So I don't know, does that help answer the question? It's also why, not just on the group analytic, but across our psychotherapy programs, depending on the modality and the principles of that modality, but in each one of them, there's a requirement that students engage in their own psychotherapy or psychoanalysis or psychotherapy exercises.
And would they be doing that with, like, alongside the other students? Because, like, my probably deepest fear would be, you have people that you know in a professional realm, and then you have people that you know in a personal realm, and they're two very different hats that you have. So I would, like, would it be separate, or is it like you go in and there's like a trust in the room, and you know, and everyone is kind of aware that you keep everything private? Like,
yes,
just out of curiosity. Yeah.
No, absolutely, the you know, I suppose differently from maybe the child art psychotherapy, the psychoanalytic psychotherapy one, and in those two programs, once therapy is separate, the program itself does not have direct contact with the therapist. We just have confirmation that therapy or psychoanalysis is taking place. With the group analytic, you're absolutely right. It requires people to enter into it, and that's part of the rationale, or a major part of the rationale, as to why there are the 4 years prior to the MSc component. So there's a 1-year foundation in which you begin and you do a year where you are participating in the small group therapy. And that's a real learning experience. It might be as far as one can go. You might just decide, I can't go any further with this. And you get invaluable experience just from finding that out. But it is part, because if you are going on into it, you do need to trust in the field they call the matrix, but the environment that you are in, and there are very clear understandings of confidentiality, and the people that you're in a group with, you do not have contact with outside of the group. Maybe unlike in other student kind of cohorts, the people that you're in your psychotherapy group with, you don't engage in social interaction with. So these would be basic principles for that particular form of work.
And it sounds very interesting. And do you feel that like mental health now is a discussion that people are having that even 5-10 years ago people just were not having? Do you feel like things have changed much there with regards to the interest in the course or the reasons people might be taking it?
As I say in the slides, some of these programs started out in the 1970s, so we're talking about nearly 50 years ago. And I suppose they came out of a number of practitioners in psychiatry, maybe in psychology and in social work, looking at ways in which, you know, new ways of working, and looking to the field of psychoanalysis, looking to the field of family therapy, and bringing that into their work. Since then, we're seeing, you know, much more people who are coming from other kinds of background, not just specifically the, let's say, the psychiatric or the medical or the psychological or social work. In fact, one of the cohorts that I think our program should be of tremendous interest to, say, starting maybe with the higher diploma, is the people working in social care work, who are engaged in very intimate, intense interactions with people, and I would be encouraging them to allow themselves to have the question, what is going on here? What is happening? Why is this person telling me this? Arguably, that was the same question that Sigmund Freud had when he moved from being a trained neurologist and building up a good reputation as a neurologist to launch this new and outrageous, controversial new practice in the 1890s, early 1900s, called psychoanalysis. which involved, much to the shock of his medical colleagues, actually listening to his patients. So it's a very specific kind of listening, and it's listening to what I was saying in the slides, aspects of mental life that we usually tidy away as nonsense, silly, madness. It's actually taking those seriously as saying something and attending to those. That would be particularly in the psychoanalytic. So on the one hand, you can go back to that period of time and say that is still relevant for us. I was struck, I mentioned it as I was delivering the slides this morning, one of the pieces on Morning Ireland referred to the Vision for Change document of 2006, saying that there is a new document now published by the government, and also just there earlier in the week, a new text line, a mental health text line. So it is encouraging to see this area of our lives called mental or mental health. I sometimes hesitate over putting mental and health together because I'm not too sure if it's the best description or whether it sets up all sorts of expectations that my mental life is or should be 100% healthy. I think odd things happen in our thoughts, and we should be able to say, well, so be it. Let's see where is that coming from, and see if I can engage in some work on that if it is causing me some disturbance. So overall, what I would say, I very much welcome initiatives and people paying attention to the field of the mental. I would like to see us move into opening up paradigms and ways in which we look at the field of the mental. That first of all, we don't reduce it to brain function. Brain function is fundamental, and we need people investigating that organ of the body and how it functions for illnesses that afflict that organ, no more than we need cardiologists and gastroenterologists, etc., etc. But as I say in the slide, and others in the field would pose this question, whether setting up expectations of either my mind is my brain, or setting up expectations of things should be normal, and if they're not normal, we have to correct that. I would like to introduce more understanding and interest in the oddness of our mental lives. I go back to Sigmund Freud, as I tend to do. He's the person whose work I would most attend to. And his major text was the interpretation of dreams. He said that the dream is a product of our mental life. It's not nonsense. It's not some silly production that I managed to conjure up because I'm not paying attention because I'm asleep. He says it is a very sophisticated product of our mental life, saying something very important that we are very adept at ignoring. We don't want to know. So psychoanalysis and other practices that follow invite people to articulate what they cannot otherwise articulate in their conscious waking thoughts. Take the example of the child art psychotherapy, where children who maybe in their circumstances are in difficulty, or maybe just not just that, but just in their psychological life are in some difficulty. And this is a technique developed in the 1980s and 90s in London by Vera Vasarhelyi, an artist and someone who then brought her art to a particular technique of child art psychotherapy. So that a child who encounters that is given an opportunity with extreme patience to find their way to say things through the use of art materials. And I've a colleague, Jerry Pollard, who has worked for over 20 years in the context of what's now TUSLA and the services that were in the family agency before that, with children. And he has kids, well now adults, coming back to him after 20 years saying, I met you 20 years ago and it made such a difference. We engaged in this work that you allowed me to mess around with paints and find my way to say something. And we would be saying that that's a very valuable component of work that should be in CAMS and TUSLA settings, alongside the assessment, the required interventions that take the form of assessment, maybe pharmacological intervention, and that can at times be absolutely essential to calm down a situation. So that's what we're interested in. And apart from teaching the programs in the psychotherapy programs in UCD, myself and colleagues and students and graduates then become involved in the representation of these programs and trying to represent what they can offer, because we're still working on having them more established in services in the mental health services or primary care health services in Ireland.
I totally agree. And it's fascinating stuff. There was also one quick question, actually, because I better go and we better set up for the next speaker.
Sure.
So, what I'll do is, in case I forget before I leave, what's your email address, and as well, if people have questions, they can definitely direct them towards the UCD booth.
They can certainly do that, and we have a dedicated email called psychotherapy@ucd.ie that will be responded to if anybody wants to look at that. The other place people can go to is the UCD website, which represents the psychotherapy programs, the 6 psychotherapy programs on different pages with the content that I would have summarized in the slides there. So people are more than welcome to contact us. And we will respond and invite them to join us in this conversation about psychotherapy in UCD and psychotherapy in Ireland, and the differences between the psychotherapies and the relation between psychotherapy and other kinds of practice like psychiatry, psychology, social work, general practice and that.
And actually that sort of answered the question that I was just going to ask about the different career paths that people could expect from that as well. So they're just different areas from doing these courses. They'd be the first steps.
Yes, I mean I probably do have to say in relation to psychotherapy, the work is still to be done to have it as a title, say within the HSC. But this morning, I heard in this new document, they are maybe not using the word psychotherapist, but they're using the word therapist, and they are saying that there needs to be other forms of intervention. So as I say, I'm encouraged by that, but there's work to be done. I think a lot of people over the decades, and this would still be the case, enter into training, say, or maybe the study and the higher diploma, which isn't the training, and maybe follow on to an MSc. They continue on in the work that they're doing as doctors, psychologists, social workers, social care workers, teachers, people in business, people in banking. They continue on with that, and as time goes on, maybe are able to build up more practice. And depending on where they are in their career, they might be able to get a promotion in social care work, in psychology and social work on the basis of having a psychotherapy qualification. I mean, there are people in the HSE who are employed as nurse practitioners who have extensive training and experience in psychotherapy, and the clinical setting that they're in value that and have them deliver therapy sessions. So I suppose it's an emerging, evolving practice. It's one that I would say Ireland is, dare I say it, a little bit behind, say elsewhere in Europe and North America and South America. Indeed, is a very sophisticated, advanced culture of psychotherapy and psychoanalysis. This makes it an exciting, interesting field to be entering into and finding out about. But in the end of the day, I think the people who come into this, if I can dare to say, don't have much other choice. There's something compelling, something that has grabbed them, that they get the account of mental life as represented, say, in psychoanalysis, child art psychotherapy, or systemic psychotherapy, or group analytic psychotherapy. It just makes sense, and they pursue it. And all of our programs are such that you can do 1 year, 2 years, and build it up from there. And as I always say, even if you do the 4 years and you get your recognition, all the rest, it's not a life sentence. You can choose. You have that. It can be of enormous value to your life, but you don't necessarily to become a practitioner. So there's there's other motivations and endpoints to entering into the study of psychotherapy with us in UCD.
And we're perfect place to end it there. Thank you so much for chatting with us. I'm just going to go offline very, very briefly, and we'll set up for the next speaker. And thank you so much. That was fascinating.
Thank you, Gemma.
Excellent.
Bye for now.
Okay. So I think my internet might be a little bit slow, or I might be stuck in the live stream. So just bear with me 1 second. Apologies for this.
Gemma, do you want me to log out or?
I think we're still, it seems to be sort of frozen on, we're all live. So
Okay.
no revealing any intimate secrets for
Okay.
anyone, just as a little
I'm
warning.
just taking a call here
Yeah.
from Jane Curtin. Hello, Jane.
Perfect. So what I'll do is I'll give you a mute anyway.
The CAFRE. So she's going to be talking about carving your career path, Masters in Business and Communications. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Examiners for you today. Up next, we have Jenny Mayers, who's a lecturer at the CAFRE. So she's going to be talking about carving your career path, Masters in Business and Communications. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Postgraduate courses at CAFRE. Just to give you a bit of information, agricultural technology through agriculture, food and rural enterprise. And we have 3 campuses throughout Northern Ireland focusing on agriculture, food and equine. So as I say, my name's Jenny. I completed a degree in agricultural technology through Queen's and CAFRE in 2018. And following this, I decided to do the master's course full time and graduated in December 2019. The teaching experience at CAFRE really appealed to me as lectures were highly interactive. I also found the teaching staff to be very approachable, so help was always on hand if you needed it. Since completing the Masters, I have secured employment with Queen's University as part of a knowledge transfer partnership. Basically, this is a programme run by Queen's where they employ a graduate to work in partnership with companies in areas such as research and development. I know that having the Masters on my CV played an important role in me getting this job. Unfortunately, the start date for this job has been delayed due to the current coronavirus pandemic. But in the meantime, I've been very lucky to be working as a member of the lecturing team on the Masters course, which I have been thoroughly enjoying. Now I'm going to explain a bit about the course. If you have any questions, please send them in and a member of our team will be happy to answer them. So firstly, the Master's degree is delivered under a long-standing collaborative provision with Queen's University, and it offers graduates from disciplines within the agri-food sector and other sectors the opportunity to prepare for work at management level. The course team is based at Caffrey's Loughrea campus in Mid-Ulster, and our students are recruited from a wide geographical area. So our students register at Queen's University and are Queen's students as well as Caffrey students. Therefore, you'll have access to the facilities at both Loughrea and Queen's, including excellent library and leisure facilities. The course can be taken over one full calendar year or part-time over 3 years. So just to give you a bit of information about the course structure then, once you complete the first 3 modules, you will have a postgraduate certificate. The completion of the next 3 modules will then give you the diploma. And lastly, you complete the thesis to give you the full master's qualification. Under the full-time option, the course is taken over 1 calendar year and part-time over 3 years during September to June each year. Course progression towards the master's is achieved incrementally, with the first element of achievement being the postgraduate certificate. This is taken over 4 months of full-time study or the first year of part-time study. The modules cover personal communication, rural business dynamics, which covers business and staff management, and skills to deliver training in a business environment. The next stage is the completion of the postgraduate diploma, which is taken over the second part of the academic year after Christmas for full-time students, and it's taken in the second year for part-time students. Modules concentrate on research methods, which equip students with the skills to complete their final thesis, skills to effect change management processes in an organisation or group, and then students study one of 3 options relevant to their chosen career pathway in either rural business development, business communication, or innovation management. You apply for one of these options during the application process. However, there is flexibility to change options if you decide that another is more relevant to you as you progress through your studies on the Masters. The final step in the achievement of your Master's qualification will be the 3-module weighted research project, which is completed over the summer for our full-time students and over the 3rd year part-time. You undertake an investigative project and will be closely supervised by one of our teaching team from across the specialist staff in Caffrey. Recent projects undertaken by our students include consumer attitudes towards novel food, factors affecting people's choice to become flexitarian, attitude, knowledge and behaviour influence on the adoption of agricultural technology, consumer and farmer attitudes to antibiotic resistance. As you can see, thesis topics chosen by students cover a huge range of areas. Sometimes it can be challenging to choose a topic with so much choice out there, but don't worry about that, as I and many of my fellow students took advice from Caffrey staff when choosing our topics. The teaching staff, as well as other experts from many different departments in Caffrey, are excellent at recommending topics which make great research projects. So why study a Masters at Caffrey? Well, firstly, the tuition fees are covered by DARA, so there are no tuition fees. The student is responsible for paying around £400 in registration fees, but aside from that, there is no tuition fees. The course is made up of continuous assessment, and the subject studied will build on your undergraduate degree knowledge. You will develop and fine-tune skills that employers value, including critical thinking, analytical and practical IT skills. We also often invite guest speakers to deliver expertise on particular areas. So how do you go about applying? Applications from students with at least a 2-2 in any degree discipline will be considered. We also have an alternative pathway to study for those who don't have a formal degree qualification, and this is through our graduate certificate programme. You can apply for any of our programmes through the Queen's website. Just search for postgraduate taught programmes and search for business for agri-food. As Queen's students, you will graduate at the summer graduation ceremony for part-time students and at the winter graduation ceremony if you have studied the full-time course. Finally, thank you for your interest in the course. If you need any further information, please do not hesitate to contact our course manager Claire via email or phone, and you can see her details on this slide. Thank you.
Thanks a million. That's very, very interesting. I was just going to ask maybe one or two questions about what the career paths of people that would have graduated from those courses be.
Well, really, I would say it's quite a wide variation. I know myself, I had done, as I said at the beginning, I had done agriculture at university, and I also had quite an interest in the food industry. And I felt maybe that having done agriculture, it was slightly restrictive. And then by going down the agri-food route, it sort of helped to broaden my horizons into maybe food type areas. I think that master's in particular, obviously it's very business orientated. There's a lot of communication. To me, it's very relevant for nearly any degree that you have studied. It helps to broaden your horizons into quite a wide range of areas. And obviously the master's qualification, it's also quite aimed at preparing people for management type roles. So really, I would say there's, as we said in the PowerPoint there, we will consider applications from any degree background. So for me, I would say it broadens your horizons. I know people have gone into, quite a lot of people do go into the food industry and agriculture, but it's certainly not limited to those areas.
Perfect. And at the moment, our biggest kind of, or one of the biggest people we export is, sorry, there's a little bit of a thing there, so I'll ask my question really quickly, mute myself. Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, good. Yeah, so I know one of the biggest people we export to food-wise would be the UK, and I'm just wondering, is there much of a understanding on the course about what maybe might happen in the future there?
Obviously, I've only joined the course as a member of teaching staff in the last week or two. It's not something I've really considered. Do you mean in terms of what food export would be like to the UK?
Yeah, what will change there? Do you guys have any kind of insight into, the landscape will certainly look different?
Personally speaking, I wouldn't have an awful lot of knowledge in that background. I'm obviously just graduated, but I think there is quite a strong belief that trade links will remain. I can't see the agriculture industry here being terribly affected by it. All there obviously is going to be change, but for me, the north and south of Ireland, we produce some of the best food in the world, if not the best, in my opinion, especially when you look at our meat and poultry, and I think our products are extremely desirable. So I would be confident that there's not an awful lot to worry about in that way.
And the supply chain disruption by COVID at the moment, would that be having an effect on that area?
Well, I come from a farming background myself, and I know that particularly with obviously a lot of hotels and restaurants being closed, or they're all closed at the minute, there's not the same demand for obviously particularly meat, and it has affected the price and the demand. Obviously they go hand in hand together, but I think everybody's quite optimistic. We're going in the right direction, and things are obviously we've got word that hotels and restaurants will be allowed to open again before too long. So I think we've weathered most of the storm there, and I think we've come through it very well. So I would be optimistic about that.
And what would be kind of like one of the more surprise elements that the course would cover or need to cover?
I don't know. It's hard to, I suppose, it covers a very broad range of things. It covers the really key things that are required, particularly by managers. One of the things that I found most beneficial was giving us the opportunity to train people. It's not something I would have had any experience in. They definitely basically train you very well on how to train other people. Communication's also key. I think you don't really I don't think you're aware of the importance of communication and the different types of communication that there are. And I certainly didn't realize how important it was until I studied the course, and how much there is to elements such as communication. And obviously also the business end of things is obviously key. It's maybe not as surprising, it's in the title, but to me, the training in particular, it's not something I would have thought would maybe have been involved, but it's something that's definitely very beneficial.
And what changes do you think the industry will see in the next few years with regards to technology and changing trends?
Well, I think it's obvious to us, especially with the whole coronavirus thing. There's a lot of unnecessary travel. Probably a lot of things can be done online. I think we could see things becoming more efficient, a lot more online communication, maybe a bit less travel. I think in this time probably businesses will have realised that they can save money by maybe conducting meetings and things online. So I think we all know that technology is just becoming more and more advanced. So and I think technology's definitely plays a big part in the agri-food industry.
And is sustainability a focus for the future as well? I know Greens at the moment are in our new coalition. Are people like secretly delighted or devastated?
Yeah, I think sustainability is crucial. When you look at the whole global warming side of things and everything, and especially with trends such as the vegan diet becoming more and more sort of coming to light, I think the agriculture, particularly the meat and dairy industries, need to be shown to be doing their best to be as sustainable as possible. And I think people aren't aware of how hard the industry already works to be sustainable. And agriculture gets a lot of bad press about its impact on the environment and sustainability. A lot of it, I will add, you can tell I'm a farmer's daughter, but a lot of it is not accurate, a lot of the things you hear. So sustainability is important, but I think people don't realise how seriously the industry already does take it. Farmers are subject to a lot of strict rules and inspections, and they're constantly being encouraged to be more sustainable. And I think the vast majority of farmers do try very hard, and it certainly is important, and it's something that as an industry, food and agriculture sort of together, we're definitely working on.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us. That was very interesting. So it sounds like a fantastic course as well.
Yes.
So
certainly.
where can people reach you? Besides your virtual.
I had it on my slide there. If you want to visit the CAFRE website or the Queen's website, you'll see the course information on there, and you will get details as well of who to contact. My own email address is jenny.mairs, M-A-I-R-S, at cafre.ac.uk. So if you have any questions, you can email me. And certainly if I'm not able to answer them, the course manager will certainly be able to help you out. So feel free to ask any questions at all, no matter how small you think it is. Please get in touch.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. And I'm sure lots of people will be.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So I'm just going to take this off. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Virtual Education Expo. So we are here with Tony Parry he's the director and president of Pulse College. So that's a pretty cool place for anyone who's into anything audiovisual, basically. And he's going to be chatting to us about how you can study music production and technology, but that's not all they do. They have fabulous film courses and like across a broad range of things. So without further ado, I'll put you through to Tony.
Hi guys, thanks a million for taking the time to join with me here in Pulse College and Winmillane Studios. I'm talking to you directly from Winmillane Studio 2, and I'm going to talk to you a bit about Pulse College and what Pulse College does. Pulse is a college that's based in Winmillane Studios, and we do a number of different types of courses. We do film, we do animation, we do game production and development. But today I'm going to talk to you about music production and music technology. So just a bit about Pulse. We've been around for a long time. We've been around since 1990. And the difference with Pulse is that all of the programs are designed and delivered by experienced working professionals. So not only are we educators, but we also actually do stuff in the industry. We're all producers and engineers. We have amazing facilities, and I'm going to show you those just now. And these facilities are basically Winmillane Studios. And Winmillane is quite a famous recording studio, and I'll show you some of our clients later on. And we have, when you work in this college, you do real projects. You work with real clients, and that makes a big, big difference. It just gets you really equipped for the industry. So this is the building of Winmillane Studios, and we're based in Ringsend. It's an iconic building. And this is Studio One. And actually there's a recording session upstairs in Studio One at the moment. And that's a beautiful large mixing console. And Studio One has housed so many great artists over the years. As a student in Pulse, you will learn how to command all of the physical hardware as well as all of the software associated with being a music producer or an audio engineer. And this is the live room in Studio One. This can seat a 70-piece orchestra. It's a beautiful room. It's acoustically designed, and this is where you'll be doing many of your projects. Studio 2, that's where I am at the moment, and Studio 2 is a hit-making factory of music, and there's a beautiful SSL console. So all of the people here are at the cutting edge of music technology, but also really are able to handle world-class hardware as well. And there's the live room of Studio 2. And in recent times we've had, well, U2 are synonymous with Winmillane. So U2 have recorded many of their albums with us, but also a ton of other clients that I'll mention just now. And in that room we've had people like Ed Sheeran and The Script. This is Studio 3. This is where we teach you how to mix in surround sound and how to mix audio and music for film and television and video games. So it's an amazing surround sound studio. Some of our clients. This is quite a list. Over the years, Winmillane has hosted artists like the Rolling Stones and U2. And also we've had students credited on many, many albums by artists who have recorded here. So you get to sit in as an intern and as an assistant on many of the different sessions. Lady Gaga, I had to put glitter for Lady Gaga and some lights because it's Lady Gaga. So she was in doing Born This Way, much of her vocals on that album, I believe. And Westlife, R.E.M., you can see the whole list goes on and on and on. And if Lady Gaga was going to get the glitter, Metallica was going to get the fire. And you can see that we have so many different styles and genres of music that come in and out the doors. And that's amazing. That's really good because the teachers are all working with these people. And it means that we get versatile and we learn about the latest industry workflows, that kind of thing. Some of our clients, continuing, some old classics there as well. And The Script and David Bowie, Ed Sheeran, and Hosier is a very dear client of ours who's done quite a lot of work here. Amazingly talented individual. Ellie Goulding and so on. So I'm going to talk to you about 2 honours degrees that we do. The first is a BA Honours degree in Audio and Music Technology. Usually a BA Honours degree would take you 4 years, but we do it in 3 years. So it's quite intensive. We kind of cram it all into 3 years so that you're in, you're out, and you're out into the industry sooner. And this is an amazing program. It covers a lot of ground. Oh, sorry, this one is the BA in Audio and Music Technology. This one covers a lot of ground. It's Owen Smith is your course director, and he's madly passionate about all types of music tech. In year one of our BA in Audio and Music Technology, we will give you an introduction to recording, an introduction to music technology, and production as well. And the difference between someone who works with the technology and someone who works with the production is this. A producer will work on the music, will learn about music, and will be able to help the artist with their music as well as with recording. So that music element is really important. So for that purpose, what we do in year one is we give you one of our modules is called Music for Producers. So even if you know nothing about music, we will teach you the basics of music. Doesn't mean that we teach you how to play an instrument. It means that we give you enough knowledge that you can analyze music and you can help artists when they run into trouble with music. So a lot of Music for Producers is done on a computer. And we do a lot of music tech and we do a lot of recording. This is where we lay the foundations for all of the technologies that you will use as a music producer and audio professional. In year two, we do quite a lot of live performance technologies. So a lot of bands and artists today are going out on the road, on tour, and some of the technologies that you see on stage are amazing. Just inside Apple Mac laptops, that kind of stuff. And they use software like Ableton Live and Mainstage and Logic, loads of different software packages for creating the music on stage. And it's getting really technical and it's just sounding better and better and better. So we will teach you how to use those technologies that are employed on the stage, but also we'll teach you how to use the technologies that the sound engineer uses. So we will teach you about the technologies on stage and off stage. And all of these technologies merge into multimedia presentations. So you will learn how to control a lighting rig using music software packages, as well as, let's say, visuals as well. So you will have projectors with visuals on them. And we'll teach you how to merge all of those technologies together, sound, lights, and visuals. It's amazing. And there's a lot of jobs in that area at the moment. And we will also do sound design. So sound design will teach you how to create sound and soundscapes for video games and films and that kind of thing. So that's year two of our BA in Audio and Music Technology. In year three, we bring you to a very high level of recording and mixing. At this stage, you really do need to, your work needs to start sounding like stuff that you hear on the radio and on Spotify, like some of the top bands. So you will have a lot of those skills by now, and we'll perfect them in year three. You also have a client project to do. So this is an important element where you learn how to deal with clients. And they come in and they have a body of work that they need you to do. And by now you're confident, you know how to work with clients. You've been in the studios many, many times before. You've recorded loads of stuff. So now you have to just deliver the goods. And that is exactly what happens in the industry. We also teach about audio post-production, which again is aiming at the audio for film, television, and video games, because there's a lot of employment in that area as well. We do mixing and mastering, which makes the finished piece of work that you do in the studios just give it that extra magic to make it punch through speakers. So there's a lot involved in this program. It's 3 years. You're very, very busy with it, and we aim really at the highest point of the industry. And again, you work in some of the best facilities around. So who did we design this course for? Well, if you're really mad into music, we want to talk to you. So maybe you have GarageBand at home, or maybe you have FL Studio, or you've got some iPad apps, and you're just mad about music. If you are, come and talk to us. There's a career for some of you out there. If you're passionate enough and you're prepared to work hard, there's definitely a career there for you. Some people are just mad about gear, and they might go out with different bands. If there's a school band happening and they're working some of the equipment or hanging around with people working that equipment, it's aimed at those people as well. Sometimes we get industry professionals coming back. They want to just get formal education. And if you're a DJ, or if you play an instrument, again, mad about music, come along. And audio artists and people who might have done other areas of multimedia. We find that people who are good at film tend to be good in this field as well, or good at animation, because it's the kind of artistic part of them. And we appeal to the artistic part of people. So career opportunities, there's loads of different career opportunities. Recording studio engineer, you can see them all there. Working in live sound, or sound designer for film, TV and games. That's a really big area at the moment, guys. Sound designer for all of these animated films, and loads of post-production is done in Ireland. Like a lot of the sound and Foley effects for Game of Thrones was done in Ireland, for example. And there's a real strength and depth in that in the studios in Ireland. Covering sound design and post-production. But also don't rule out further education. For some people, they want to go on to further education beyond the undergraduate degree. So just a quick one about Lee. Lee is a student of ours who graduated a while ago. He now teaches for us. And he owns his own company, sound company, and he travels the world with Gavin James and Hosier and God is an Astronaut, amongst others. And he uses the cutting edge technologies in live sound. A lot of it is computer-based. It's controlled from a tablet or an iPad. And it's computer modeled as well. So it's really amazing technology that's going into live sound now. And you don't have to be an absolute boffin to understand it. You just need good training in it. So now I'm going to move on to the BA Honours in Music Production. Again, this is a separate course. It's a 3-year full-time honours degree, again. But with this one, we expect that you have music. You already know music. So you need to have grade 5 or grade 4, thereabouts, equivalent in music theory in order to come onto this program. Because with this program, it's a music producer who will be working a lot on the music with artists, not just the technology, but the music as well. And these people will also be composing music for films and television. So you do need to have quite a good take on music if you are to apply for this course. This is run by the wonderful Ken Horton, who got his MPhil in Trinity, in music technology in Trinity College, and he's a gigging musician. He's gigged around the world with SAC, a band, kind of quite a heavy indie band in Ireland. So, you know, these are the type of people who will be training you. They're musicians themselves, and they're very experienced professionals. So in year 1, we do much of the same foundation as we did in the other program. We do music technology, we do an introduction to recording studios and recording techniques, and an introduction to music production. However, we do go straight into music theory as well. So we will be teaching you some advanced techniques in the studio when you're working with really, really good musicians, how to deal with them, how to work with them, and what kind of knowledge you need to have to put together a song at that level. We'll also go into some critical listening, and also history of music production is very important to know. Like when we hear Bruno Mars, those of us old enough can remember that, like, that music sounds a lot like the synth music of the 80s. He's just harking back to those producers, and he's doing his own take on music like that. Mark Ronson does a lot of that type of stuff. So people like Mark Ronson and Bruno Mars really do understand the history of music production, and they draw from it as well. So we'll be doing quite a lot of that stuff with you as well. In year 2, we'll be doing quite a lot of composition, and this composition will be for, you have to do songs from scratch, but you also have to compose for maybe a short film or a short animated piece, that kind of stuff. We also go into the music business, because this is an important part. If you are a music producer and you're working on other people's music, you know, that's also your creation in many ways, and you can earn money from that. So producers, you know, they strike deals with the artists when it comes to ownership of the music. So some producers might have produced things years ago, and they just, you know, they still get paid quite a lot of money for those albums that they did many, many years ago. The money just keeps on coming in, because they had a good manager. They really knew what they were doing when it came to signing a contract. And wouldn't that just be the dream, if you could just produce a couple of really good albums, and then for the next 30 years, the money just comes rolling in. It doesn't happen for everybody. But it's important to know that it is an industry, it is a business, and we'll teach you about that as well. Again, we have to produce music for clients. That's a big part of what we do on both programs. And we will also lay down the foundation for a dissertation, which I'll talk about in year 3. But it is a degree course. It's an honours degree course. It's validated by QQI. So it's QQI are respected worldwide. They're on the European frame of education. And so being an honours degree, there's work to do academically as well. And in year 2, we will do research methods with you, where we will lay down the foundations, the academic foundations for a thesis or a dissertation, which I'll talk to you about very soon. So that's a bit of an idea about it. Just a bit about the technologies, and you can see music technology 2, for example, there. With music tech, we teach it in 2 different ways. A lot of colleges, when they teach you, they say, right, okay, we have a music tech module here. What they do is they just teach you how to use a digital audio workstation like Ableton or FL Studio or Pro Tools or Logic. We don't do that. We separate it out. We have a module called Applications Technology, and that's where we teach you how to use the tools of the trade. That's where we teach you how to use those applications and use them to a really high level, like Yoda level on this. And we just get you to get a command of those technologies to such a degree that you impress your clients. And that's different to music technology. We teach music technology now separately to that. And that's where we teach you how to create beats. That's where we teach you about drum machines, synthesizers, samplers, all of those wonderful virtual instruments. And that's how you make music in a computer. So we parcel that off as music technology. And we teach you about the apps separately. So there's a lot of technology involved on these programs, guys. It's cool technology. Again, you don't have to be a boffin to understand it. You just need to be trained very well in it. So year 3 of our BA in music production. The first thing you see there is a dissertation by practice. And this applies to you all, guys, if you are going into college. If you're doing an honours degree, you're going to have to do some type of major project in your final year. And that's often called a thesis or a dissertation by practice. And it's just an area of study that you choose to do within the field. So if you're a music producer, you might just decide to do something that sounds like Motown, or something that sounds a bit more like Lana Del Rey, or whatever it might be, but something that you really are passionate about. And you have to go off and do a body of work in that field. So it's great, you just pick your own assignment, but it is a big assignment. And we encourage people to do a dissertation by practice, which means that rather than just write about something, you actually go and do something. So it isn't just an academic exercise of writing. This is a big project that you do. It could be a recording, or it could be a performance, or whatever. So that's the dissertation by practice. And the research methods in year 2 will equip you for that, because you have to do research and all that type of thing to do a proper job on that. Composition for visual media. This is where we go into really high-end composition and doing string arrangements and brass arrangements for film, themes, that kind of thing. Professional practice, again, a very important element of going out into the industry, knowing how to represent yourself properly when you're going out into the industry to clients. And also studio design and installation. A lot of people work from setups that aren't a professional recording studio, but they're getting very professional results. So they buy equipment, put it into a room and set it up professionally, and we'll teach you how to do that. So that's the 3rd year of the 2nd program. Graduates from these programs work in every area you can possibly imagine related to audio. Anytime you hear any sound, or anytime you see anything on telly or on YouTube, there's always sound associated with it. And there's always some professional person working in the background. So music producer, you can see them all there, studio engineer. Sound designer is a really big one for people at the moment in Ireland. It's a really exciting area where you might be asked to do something like, for a video game, an alien junkyard. You have to imagine what an alien junkyard would sound like, and then you have to create that soundscape. Sonic artists, live sound composers, you get the idea. There's a ton of stuff that you can go into. going to tell you very briefly about some of our tutors. We have some amazing tutors. We're very proud of our tutors. They're all industry professionals. Ger works, as you can see, with Manic Street Preachers and U2, and Niall has worked with Nile Rodgers, Rudimental, 50 Cent. Niall is an ex-student of ours many years ago, as is Alan Kelly. He works with Gavin James, the chorus, the script. Ferg is a wonderful mastering engineer and considered by many to be the top in the country. And he's worked with Sinead O'Connor, Muse, and Ben Folds. And this is just a taste of some of our people. Greg Clooney is an ex-student of ours from many years ago. And he is a serious engineer and producer now. He'll be teaching music technology to you. And last summer he mixed U2's last album here in Studio 2. So that's the caliber of people who come in. I mentioned Lee to you, he owns his own sound company now. He will teach live sound. These people are really A-listers throughout. Now I'm going to finish off with some of our graduates, which you can see on the Pulse LinkedIn page. There's tons of them doing amazing stuff. And we're immensely proud of all of our graduates. Any of our students who've come through, many are working as music producers and engineers and are our colleagues now. We're immensely proud of them. Can I just tell you a bit about some of them? Dean graduated many years ago, and he's now in Los Angeles and runs a studio there. And I'm going to keep his client list out too, but he has tons of other famous clients. But he's worked with Snoop Dogg and Ashanti in Los Angeles. One to watch is Sarah Sherlock. She's graduated from our program, and she's an amazing composer for video games, and now she's studying for a master's degree in Leeds University, and she is one to watch in the future. She is an amazing, her work is stunning. Steve works in post-production on the right hand side there, and he is a 3-time Emmy nominee, which is just wonderful. I mean, that's really the highest accolade you can get, you know. So he is working with many companies on doing sound for film and television. And we have Sarah Brannigan, who graduated last year with a first class honours degree, and she's now interning in Windmill Lane Studio. And her first session, I believe, was Hosier. It was either Hosier or Westlife was the first session she worked on. Absolutely brilliant. And yes, we do hire interns from our students as well, just to keep the bloodline going. And Brian is from Carlow, and he was with us a number of years ago. And when he was with us, Brian was nominated while he was in third year for Best International Producer, as well as Best International Recording Engineer. And that's the International Producers Guild. That's amazing. He was nominated alongside David Guetta, Rick Rubin, and Max Martin. And that was for a client project that he did with us here in Windmill Lane Studios, and got to #1 in Germany that year, that Christmas. So it just gives you a sense of the kind of the ambition that we have for our students, as well as the students having those ambitions for themselves. They aim high. And Scott was guitar tech for Prince after leaving us. And he's now a really top-notch mixing engineer and producer. He's really making a name for himself, both in Ireland and internationally. And Ben, this is an interesting story because Ben did our music production course with us. And while he was doing that, he was involved with some of the visuals as well, and some of the filmmaking stuff. And he got involved with some of our film students and really got interested in film. Once he became an intern here in Windmill Lane, and then once his internship was over, he went to London and studied film over in London. And in 2015, he won an Oscar for Best Live Action Short for The Stutterer. So, wow, well done to Ben. And Declan Gaffney, well, he's U2's producer and engineer, and he's Adele's producer and engineer as well. And he reminded me a while ago that I walked into his very first class, and I was telling them about how hard it is in this industry and how hard you have to work, because we do have a strong work ethic here. And I was saying, look, guys, you know, you really do need to work hard to succeed in this career. It's not as if when you graduate, U2 will just come knocking at your door and offer you a job. So Declan took great pleasure in reminding me about that. story I gave them and that advice I gave them. And he said, by the way, you two did come knocking at my door looking for me. So he'd made such an impression in Metropolis Studios in London that they'd heard about him, and when they were doing their new album, they came a knocking. So our students are well trained, they're well motivated, they're hardworking, and if you feel that you fit that profile, Pulse could really be the place for you. So I'm now going to ask, does anyone have any questions?
I'm just going to ask one very quick question, if that's okay.
Yes.
And it is just with regards to those final year projects, what sort of range would they have, and would we have seen or heard any of them?
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, actually, we will be posting up a whole slew of student work on SoundCloud soon, and we will be doing a link from the website, so that's really worth looking at. Yeah, they, and also, by the way, students have been credited on a number of albums, so they're out there as well. So The Script, Lady Gaga, Nile Rodgers, oh God, I forget so many of them, but there's so many albums that are out there, and you will see that our students have been credited on them, and we will be posting them up on the website because we're immensely proud of them. But there's a huge range of work that they do for their dissertations. So, like one guy just dropped in an amplifier that he built, but other people drop in, like or they send us a link to a full EP or album as well. There's a ton of it out there.
Excellent. And one of the other graduates was my friend Julia, who worked as a sound engineer for Brendan O'Carroll, and also did a lot of freelance work.
Yes, I know Julia.
I think
yes.
she's, yeah. Oh yeah. She loved it. Like, she thought that course
fantastic,
was fabulous.
Yeah.
And she worked for years in the industry. I think she's a she's working in TV and tech now, okay. in another field.
Yeah, well, that would suit her. She was really, really good as an engineer, and she was really hardworking as well. She would get stuck in. I mean, I remember her well. Fantastic. Say hi.
I will. Say hi to JJ. So anyways, it's a brilliant course. I'll leave. So you guys are exhibiting now until 4 o'clock today. So make sure to pop by the Pulse booth if you have any questions about the courses that they run. And as well, is there any just email address before we sign off?
Well, it's just pulsecollege.com. So if you just go to our website, and there's loads of ways to contact us through that website. And you can fire us questions at any stage through the website as well. There's an application form that you can fill out, or you can just fill out, throw your questions there, and someone will get back to you with answers. We will have open days coming up as well, so watch out for those. They will be virtual open days, and we'll have one in July, so keep an eye out for that as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Brilliant. It's been great. Thanks a million.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi everybody, and welcome back to the Virtual Education Expo. I'm here with Niamh Michiel, and she's the Director of Postgraduate Academic Programs at
Maynooth University.
Maynooth University, because it was like, it's close and it's cool, and I have applied to go there. So she's just going to be chatting to us today, and she's going to be talking about how you can master your future and pursue a postgrad there. So if anyone is thinking of doing it, especially now that we're in a post-COVID world and we're all kind of readdressing the stuff that we have been, our life plans and our thoughts. So Niamh, if you can chat to us, that's brilliant. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Brilliant. Thanks. Yeah, thanks a million. I'm delighted to have the chance to talk a little bit about postgraduate studies and why you might do a postgrad, and what are the things that you might think about when thinking about, well, what course is right for me. I have a little bit of a slide deck for you, but just you won't see very much of me once I get it going. So just to introduce myself, I'm Dr. Niamh Michiel. I'm the Director of Postgraduate Academic Programs at Maynooth University, where we have in or around 80 taught postgraduate programs, and then an accompanying suite of research programs as well. And as with my background, and when we're thinking about, well, what does a postgraduate degree do for you? If I just say a little bit about my background, and I suppose I'm not in an academic role per se right now, but I went to UCD. I did my undergrad and postgrad there, and graduated with the PhD there in Irish language and manuscript studies, which then took me, and when I took my undergraduate degree in Irish, I imagined that, and certainly when I took a postgrad in the Irish language, I think I imagined that my career would keep me in Ireland, and that would be the life that I pursue now, albeit I'm back, but not after spending 7 years in Sweden teaching Irish language and Celtic studies. And there I moved into curriculum development work. And that's what's led me to my current position now, back in Ireland, back home at Maynooth University, where I'm our Director of Postgraduate Academic Programmes. And that's just by way of saying, while I'm still working in academia in the broader sense, my postgraduate degree has allowed me to develop my career in a number of ways. And I can still see that there are ways in which my career can develop further, and that the academic background that I have is one element that will help that advancement. So anyway, more generally speaking, you're not maybe at the end of your postgraduate careers, but you're thinking about, you might be finishing up your degree, or you might be considering returning, you're out in the workforce, or considering returning to work, and you're thinking, well, okay, why would I do a postgraduate degree, and what will that offer me? So I'm going to share my screen with you now and share a short presentation with you on mastering your future and pursuing a postgrad. I've kept this relatively short here because I do want the opportunity for you to ask any questions you might have. Keep an eye on the time, always good practice as well. So I suppose many of you probably do know what we're talking about when we're talking about postgraduate qualifications, and you may be familiar with this wheel from QQI, the overarching body that kind of regulates our qualifications in Ireland to all levels. And probably you may have a level 8 degree. So we're looking at the far right part of this wheel. So level 8 degree is your typical honours bachelor degree. So when we talk about postgraduate studies, generally we're speaking about level 9 and level 10 degrees. So that could be a postgraduate diploma, could be a master's degree, could be a postgraduate certificate, indeed, they're all at level 9. And then at level 10 we have our doctoral degrees, and that's both research doctorates and professional doctorates, which are becoming increasingly common. One area that often, when we're talking about postgrad studies, sometimes we also do include a degree that lies at level 8, which is the higher diploma. And a higher diploma is particularly used often where you are converting from one career area into another, or from one degree background into another area. And I will say a quick word about those later on. So, because while they're technically not postgraduate, they're not level 9 or level 10, they are almost always taken by people who already have an ordinary or an honours bachelor degree. So why are you thinking about doing the postgrad? Well, when I think about why would I want to do it? Well, you may want to acquire your additional skills and depth of knowledge in an area that you've already studied at undergraduate. You may also even be able to go do that in some cases by shifting focus slightly. And so you often see degrees, for example, that are in Irish studies or that are in Chinese studies, for example. So you might have a background in Chinese language, but now you're going to do your degree in your postgrad in Chinese studies. It might be a professional requirement. Very often we think of the PME, the postgraduate masters in or the professional masters in education, which is a professional requirement to be a primary school teacher if it's the primary school one, or a post-primary teacher if it's post-primary. It can also be that you need it in order to qualify for the bar exams, it may give you exemptions from FE1 exams, for example, if you're taking law postgraduate. You may want to build on your general undergraduate degree to specialise and transfer your skills to professional areas. So loads of people like me who did an arts degree might come out of that arts degree and you have valuable skills coming out of a Bachelor of Arts, but you may then want to hone those skills and get yourself ready for a very specific workplace. You may be out in the workforce at the moment and you're looking and you're thinking, this is not the career for me in the long term. I want to shift focus. I want to move to a different area. So you may be looking at a postgrad as a way to do that. That may also be the case for some of you right now. Obviously, we're in a very difficult situation with COVID-19 that has obviously affected the employment market, and you may be thinking about shifting the focus of your career partially as a result of that and looking to areas that will have high employability in the near future. Career advancement is obviously another area, and I think one of the things that in general a postgrad degree does, whether you're taking it at the very beginning of that career or mid-career or indeed later career, is to instill a sense of reflecting on your career advancement. So where do you want to take that reflective piece, which is a key part of the higher order skills you're going to get from postgrad degree, and think about developing your career and moving forward. You might also be looking to facilitate a return to the workforce. I've got a great colleague who was out of the workforce for 19 years. I was looking to return to the workforce, and is looking then at what kind of a postgrad would help her to return to the workforce and help her gain employment after that period of time out in caring responsibilities. Also, if you're out with your employer, the world of work is changing, as we know, rapidly. It's evolving. What are the skills? What is the cutting edge research that will inform where your company or your organization is going to go in the next 5-10 years? And then, of course, there's the fantastic reason of personal growth, pursuing an existing passion. It's just something that you love, this area that you'd like to look at. I mentioned there the kind of types of postgraduate programs that we might look at. We've got our postgrad certificates. They're usually 30 credits or less, indeed. So they can be quite short and sometimes quite specific purpose certificates often. Postgraduate diplomas are ordinarily they're 60 credit degrees. They run ordinarily over the course of the academic year. If you're taking it full time, it may take longer if you're taking it part time. And I suppose the key way in which that often differentiates itself from a taught master's degree is that it doesn't contain very often a thesis component or a very substantial project component. So that's usually the differentiating factor between your taught master's degree and your postgraduate diploma. And then, as I mentioned, we have our higher diploma degrees, which are level 8 degrees, but they are often those pivot points if you're thinking about shifting your career direction, upskilling, acquiring a new set of skills that may complement your other professional qualifications. Very often it may be that a higher diploma is the best route for you. So in all of the universities and in many of the IOTs, we offer a range of these types of courses. And at Maynooth University, we would have courses of all of these types. The vast majority of our courses are taught master's degree programs. Most of them are offered full and part-time. And that is the case, I think, increasingly across the sector, that we are recognising that part-time degrees are something that for many students, postgraduate students specifically, this is an area that they're particularly interested in. And if we looked at what does the profile, and I'll speak particularly from a university perspective because that would be where we are, a lot of our postgraduate programs are what we call traditional taught postgraduate courses, where you'd be looking at, you might be thinking of your master's in modern Irish, for example. You'd be looking at your master's. We have a number of master's programs in law that have different specializations within that area. Masters in Irish history, masters in European history. And what's great about your postgraduate options is that there are far more, proportionally speaking, in some senses, postgraduate degrees available. So it offers you that opportunity to specialise in your specific area of interest. There are certain programs, as I mentioned before, that will provide professional accreditation they'll fulfill professional requirements. So for example, Masters of Social Work, again, a number of universities, including Maynooth University, offer those programs. The postgraduate, the professional masters in education is another very large set of programs offered across a suite of universities, where you can gain that professional accreditation with the Teaching Council of Ireland and move on as a post-primary teacher, or indeed as a primary school teacher. Conversion courses are becoming particularly our particular area of focus now, and at the end of my presentation I'm going to say a word about the Springboard 2020 suite of programs just launched yesterday, and the key area there is about employability, bringing you out into the workforce, getting you ready, ensuring that as far as possible we can put you into a position almost directly out of completing the degree, and professional certificates as well. To give you a sense of how many people are taking postgraduate degrees at the moment, level 9 degrees, we had 17,101 graduates in the class of 2018. This survey that I'm quoting here actually was just launched earlier this week again, and that's compared to around 33,000 level 8 graduates, or honours degree graduates. So it's a substantive proportion, and I suppose that's saying to us also that increasingly we are seeing postgraduate degrees as a key driver for employment, as a key driver for gaining the kinds of skills and adaptability that employers are looking for, as well as providing that traditional academic training if you're looking at continuing on down the academic route. About 60% of those who took that, who completed the survey from the class of 2018 undertook full-time degrees. And that's a high proportion, but I suppose what we're noting is that those taking part-time qualifications are a growing proportion. It may well be that some of you today are in that group of students who may have caring responsibilities, who may be out in the workforce, are looking to upskill and to work in a qualification around your position. But what was great about this survey is that it shows us that within 9 months of graduation, 88% of postgraduates were working or about to start a job, and 81% of those were in full-time employment. A further proportion of those students of the outstanding number of graduates were not available for work, were in caring, had caring responsibilities, or indeed had gone on to pursue further study. So there's a very high level of productivity for those who are coming out with a postgraduate degree. And just again, thinking about those conversion courses I was mentioning, 92% of ICT graduates are working, and lots of conversion courses now increasingly look to give the person with the arts background, with the business background, with the law background, with the science background, or chemistry or biology, biochemistry, and layer on those ICT skills that companies are increasingly looking to cover. 91% of our law and business graduates are also employed. So you're sitting there at home at the moment, wherever, with your cup of tea, and you're thinking, well, what type of program is right for me? And I think this is a key thing to really consider for you, because we could all go out and say, absolutely do a postgraduate program. Maynooth University's postgraduate programs are the best around them. Of course they are, but the key driver for whether this is something that's really going to give you what you want is the program that you're looking at right for you. And when you're thinking about that, I think your starting point is, why fundamentally do you want to do a postgrad? Why is it that you've decided that this is something you want to do? It may be a very pragmatic reason around employment. It may be about that personal development piece, but that is going to shape how you perceive and how you experience your postgraduate experience. So look at the programs that you're interested in and see, are they answering to your particular interests? And I mean, when I say interest, I mean beyond the subject interest. Think, what are the skills I want to get? And also be aware that a wide range of postgraduate programs will offer you those skills. The key question is, how are you going to articulate the skills that you gain from your postgrad when you go out into the wider world? So what do you want to get out of your postgraduate experience? Do you want to do a placement? Is that something that's really important for you? I have a note later, I think 29% of postgraduate programs contain an internship or placement. Is that something that's important to you? Maybe if you're already out in the workplace, that's not the priority, but maybe if you're coming directly out of your undergraduate program, that's something that's really important, because you may have all the analytical skills, but the employer might look for some practical experience. Even then, I'd look beyond that. Think about, what's the career service like in the university that you're looking at? Will you be able to get that kind of careers advice to also help you move out of your postgrad? What level of commitment can I give to the program? Can I give over 12 months full time? Do I need to take a longer period of time? Do I need to make the decision that this is a 12-month investment in my career that I will take? There may be a level of risk involved, but that it will absolutely pay off, and I can with confidence go in and say, I know that I can sell this degree and it will get me from the point I'm at now to the next point. Inform yourself about programs. It's an obvious piece. Go to the websites of the different HEIs and talk to academic staff. A number of institutions are running virtual open days at the moment. We have one coming up at Maynooth University on the 27th of June, and you can register at those open days. Academic staff are available to you to answer quite specific questions about the programs that they're offering. So you could really dig into some of those questions that I'm alluding to earlier in that kind of forum. So please do come along to us on the 27th of June, go along to other institutions' virtual open days and find out about those programs. What are you going to gain from a postgrad? So you have an idea of what you want from it, but I suppose I'm thinking, well, what are you going to gain? Well, obviously, the obvious piece is you're going to get a deeper knowledge of a specialist area in most instances. Again, if it's a conversion program, it's slightly different. But what you are going to get is you're looking for that point of differentiation. What's going to differentiate you from somebody with a level 8 degree if you're going into an interview? You're going to get those higher order critical and analytical skills. So the level of demand of a level 9 degree is obviously higher than that of a level 8 degree. So we're going to ask you to go deeper into your knowledge base, but we're also going to ask you to think from a large number of perspectives, to really engage with a number of critical perspectives. Because often an undergraduate degree, we are focused on, you need to have a knowledge of a particular area in a broad sense. You need to be able to articulate what that subject area, the key areas. At the postgraduate level, we are honing you in. So let's say you came over to Maynooth and you did our MSc in immunology and global health. Your background previously is in, your undergraduate degree is in biology or in biochemistry. We're now saying, okay, well, what are we going to focus your skills on? Immunology and global health. Great area to be working in right now, obviously, given the current context, and obviously something that's going to really kick in over the next few years. You're also going to get research and report writing skills. You'll have some of that from an undergraduate degree or indeed from your workplace, but the demands again are higher. And if you undertake a taught master's degree, almost certainly you will be writing a postgraduate taught thesis, a minor thesis, which is a substantive piece of work, or often usually somewhere between 10 and 15,000 words. It's a substantive piece of work, even up to 20,000 words in some cases. But again, what are you going to be able? That's a key skill that is relevant regardless of where you might take up employment in the future. Got team working skills, transferable skills that would include your communication skills. You know that we'll get improved employability. You'll also get to update your knowledge of latest development in your field, latest developments in your field. So if you're out in the workforce right now, things have moved on, you get that. You gain your complementary skills to enable progression to management and leadership positions. So there's lots of us, and I'd include myself in this, where my academic background is in the Irish language, and I'm moving into curriculum development. I'm moving into leadership and management positions. What are the other skills I'm going to need to enable my progression? It may be that I should be thinking about an MBA. It may be that I should be thinking about a master's in business management, for example, that will give me those skills and allow me to move forward in my career. You want to feed new knowledge into your organisation. You're talking to your employer. Why would I allow you to go off and take a postgrad? well, one of the key advantages for them is that you're going to feed in this new knowledge into your organization. You're going to get new and diverse perspectives on old challenges, especially if I've been 10 years out, 15 years out, and I've been working in the same organization for that period of time. Are there different ways of thinking about the challenges that we are facing? And those challenges are, as we know, are evolving and evolving very rapidly after COVID-19. You're going to get peer-to-peer learning is a key part of postgraduate programs. You get networking opportunities, very many. It's a far more diverse student group than you'd have from your undergraduate experience. And often people in other professions that really create a valuable network that allows you to discuss your career and move forward in your career. And really importantly, I think it offers an opportunity for self-reflection and again career development, but just that piece of self-reflection. One of the key pieces of any of doing research, a research degree in particular, but indeed at a top postgraduate program is building in that piece of reflection. Very often everything is about let's meet this deadline, let's meet deadline 1, move on, meet deadline 2, and we don't build in that capacity for reflection. And that capacity for reflection is a key part of engaging in a postgraduate program. I want to take up 2 last slides, one about entry routes to postgraduate study, and this is to say 2 things. First of all, there isn't a one size fits all approach to entry to postgraduate studies. Each of the institutions have their own admissions platforms. Ours is pac.ie, and a number of other universities and IOTs also use that, but a lot of institutions have their own. Often we are looking for a level 8 degree, 2 minimum. That does vary, so please check carefully the specific entry requirements for the programs you're interested in. But one thing I did want to highlight to you is there is also a path in if you don't have the requisite requirements expressed in the program entry requirements, and that's through the recognition of prior learning route, and almost all universities and IOTs offer this. So if you don't meet those particular requirements immediately, but you have a body of professional and personal experience, there may be another entry route for you into your postgraduate degree. And we really welcome, certainly at Maynooth University, we really welcome people who have those diverse backgrounds, because you have a massive amount, if you've been out in the workforce, you have a massive amount to offer the learning environment. And so it's a give and a take for everybody. It's a great advantage to our university community to have people who have that long industry experience come into our postgraduate courses. So please look up each of the universities and approach the department about using their RPL policy. And finally, I promised a word on Springboard 2020. You may or may not be familiar with the Springboard programme, but it's been running since the recession and around 2011 or so. These are conversion and employability focused postgraduate courses. They're available across universities, ITs and other institutions. Yesterday, the Department of Education announced this year's programme, that it's being launched. All of the programmes will be active by Friday evening this week, so by tomorrow evening. Key piece is free fees for people who are unemployed, those working to the workplace and others meeting the eligibility criteria. But also what people don't always know is that if you're in employment and you take one of these courses, you pay a 10% course fee. So for our courses at Maynooth, we're talking about somewhere between a 570 and 600 euro fee for your entire postgraduate diploma or higher diploma. And for the first time this year, some of these programs are open to those of you who are graduating right now. Previously you had to wait a year. This year they're open to you right now. So I just wanted to mention those because I do think that it's an area that particularly at the moment I'd be very conscious that we might like to look at. Okay, that's all I really had to say. So if you've any questions, I'd be delighted to hear them. Thanks a million.
Thanks so much. That was really, really enlightening. So I think definitely a takeaway there is, you might have plenty of experience in your life. You might be nervous about going back and going, I don't want to do a 4-year degree, but be eligible to step into a postgraduate if it is an area you have experience in. So that's actually incredible to know for people.
Yeah, and
I
I'd
just
even say, even especially just around the conversion type courses, and Springboard indeed is very particularly strong on the recognition of prior learning piece. And I wouldn't, it's not even that you have to have experience in a particular area. We have an MSc in design innovation, for example. I know we have an excellent person who came in this year to that master's program with long industry experience, really right at the top of his game, but had not done an undergraduate degree. But his experience wasn't in design per se, but he came in and he's now doing this MSc in design innovation. So it's not even that you have to prove I have experience in necessarily subject X. It depends from subject to subject. But certainly things around business, design, innovation, those types of programs are very, very open. ICT too are very, very open to those kind of routes.
And let's say as well, I know a lot of universities, they might actually have even literacy support. So you might be incredibly knowledgeable, but you might be nervous about having to put together essays and things like that. So do you guys offer something like that?
Yes, and actually it's something that we're working on increasingly in the university. We're going through a project at the moment where we're actually in enhancing those supports, but those supports are available to students. We have centres, and when we do our postgraduate inductions, our master's induction day, for example, that's one of the things we're doing. We're taking to a day or so where we're walking you through some of the key areas. We're refreshing on referencing. The library has courses that they run to support the research element. So we're and Maynooth does have actually quite a strong background on that side of things, particularly around access programs on one level, but also increasing that postgraduate space, because we have to, we believe in supporting those students in coming back, and we know it's not easy to return back after a period out of study.
Yeah, so that's incredible as well, because people just might not know those things are there, and might be apprehensive and think, oh, it's just purely like academic things where you're putting together 7,000 words essays, but especially things like Springboard is all practical skills that you will use in the workplace if you're out there.
Yeah, and it's a key component when you apply for funding, when the universities apply for funding under the Springboard programme. The key piece there it's assessed on is around employability. So and you must provide a component around employability, a specific module or an internship or a placement, whatever it is, that is employability focused. So if you took one of those programs, we have for this year, we're going to have our HDIP in software development, we have a HDIP in data analytics, we have our two new programs. One is a PGDIP in design innovation for Workplace 4.0, so the workplace of the future. How are we going to, and kind of the increasing technology in the workplace of the future, how are we going to take design thinking to actually really think about how we're going to develop that? And then our last new one is a HDIP in human-computer interaction and user experience design. So increasing not the bit about programming, but about how we as users interact with software. So you'd be the person working on that interface between the software developers and the end user. And a lot of businesses are looking for that right now. So it's those types of programs that are funded under that initiative. So I do definitely recommend, again, right now, thinking about the current context, and we know that our employment rates have unfortunately risen. They're the areas of growth, and they're the areas we know we're going to need more resources for in the future.
And even if you're working, say, in a job full time, a lot of those postgrads are part time as well. They're things that people can do. You will have to definitely designate time for project work and things like that, but you can do it in while you're working as well.
Yeah, and a lot of them are blended programs. Again, all of them depend. So again, back to look at what you're interested in, what you are expecting from the course, and ask the institution directly if it's not clear to you exactly what that level of commitment is. But again, certainly given our current circumstances, we were always going to be delivering blended programs regardless. But again, that level of blend might actually be even more in favour. So even if it looks like it could be a little bit difficult in the ordinary course events next year, we're probably all going to be delivering more online. It may actually really be a great opportunity for people who are in employment right now to take up a postgrad where they also might be experiencing more flexible working arrangements too. So it's something to bear in mind.
And again, the nature of work is completely
I'm just frozen on me there slightly. Sorry. I don't know whether it's my internet or yours. Sorry, Victoria, I think I've lost you there. I don't know whether it's my internet.
I think it's after freezing a little bit.
Oh, I have you back
I
now.
think the computer is telling me to stop talking, so that's that's that done. But thank you so much for chatting with us. That was fascinating, and it's just interesting to see all those different entry routes into that. So brilliant.
No,
So
good. Well, the delight, and as I say, you can contact us at graduatestudies@mu.ie if you have any queries, and we're more than happy to help. And as I said, we have a virtual open day next day week, so please do come and join us and check in there.
perfect. Thanks so much. And yeah, so definitely chat to Maynooth University before they'll be online until 4 o'clock today at the virtual expo. And so thank you so much.
We're there.
The things that maybe you weren't told before. So get ready for a roller coaster ride through some secrets of career guidance. Just on my own background, as you can see there, I've mixed insofar as I'm a law lecturer here, criminal law lecturer at City Colleges, where I teach on the solicitors and the barristers course. But also I am a criminologist and forensic psychologist. As part of that whole circle, I'm also a magistrate where I sit in England in Newcastle and Sunderland, where I go over once a month. And I'm obviously involved in teaching on these islands across these areas. So I hope I can give you some sort of idea of where you can possibly, I mean, remember this half hour is just to give you some ideas. There might only be one thing here that I'm going to talk about that will resonate with you, but so be it. If it's any more than one, it's kind of a bonus feature, to be honest. So the first thing I want to talk about is this idea of branding for life. And you can see on the slide there, lifelong learning. I mean, there was a time in 1542 when I was growing up when lifelong learning sounded somewhat comical, and it was for people who'd never gone and learned in the first place. Things have changed, however, of course, and as I say here, it's no longer a choice, but in fact, it's expected. So in other words, after you've done 1, 2, even 3 degrees, it's not necessarily expected that you will stop there. Of course, well, you might, but it's expected you will go through life picking up qualifications along the way, and indeed, of course, vocationally as well as academically, although I'm here to talk to you today about the academic side, not only insofar as city colleges can help, although obviously I'm going to talk about them a little bit towards the end, but also indeed other colleges in the sort of general area. The institutions I want to talk about now, and I want to say sort of quite boldly to you all of this conversation, so hopefully I'll irritate people, that's the point too, especially if you've been to one of these institutions and you think I'm being a little bit less than kind about them. Don't worry, I'm going to be kind about them all, but where should I go? Well, look, it's really important where you go, and it's about time I think people realised where you go is important and stopped pretending that just doing a course in Iceland is worth it. By the way, there may be a course in Iceland that's worth it. I'm just not here today to talk about it. Where you go is hugely important because it's all about optics. So even though, for example, in Trinity College Dublin, I don't know, the philosophy department may not be as good as the philosophy department in UCC or indeed in Limerick or wherever, it doesn't really matter to an extent because it's Trinity College Dublin, and the expectation is that everything that comes out of there is great. So whether it is great or not, and I'm sure lots of it is great, I worked there for 6 years myself, some of it is, some of it isn't. The same is true of UCD, Galway, all around the country. But what I want to get a perspective on is this idea of world rankings. Like, where do Irish universities sit, particularly for those of you who are going to be doing online distance learning and who may well travel in your work? You may well be looking at this from abroad for all I know. You know, you can see from the QS World Rankings, by the way, these are the definitive world rankings on universities, that Trinity sits at the top in Ireland, but they're all going down in the last, this is kind of a more pessimistic news about them. Some would argue it's because of funding, research, and not getting enough funding for research and all the rest of it. But for whatever the reason, which we haven't got time to discuss today, they're going down. So at the bottom is Technological University Dublin, the art is formerly known as DIT, and at the top is Trinity College Dublin. NUI Galway being the only one last year that seemed to go up the ladder. The point about all of this, of course, is that's all very well amongst academics and amongst people who are educators and are interested in all this sort of thing and think it's worth talking about all day. The reality is people still regard Trinity as, perhaps in Ireland and Britain certainly, as maybe one of the top universities in the world. The fact it isn't is somehow kind of neither here nor there, because if the perception is that it is, then so be it. It's 108. I mean, clearly there is a cooking school in Lausanne in Switzerland that has a higher ranking than Trinity, but so what? So if we go on to our next slide, just to say something about Trinity College Dublin. I'm sorry, there might be some feedback coming from there. Trinity College Dublin. The college, as you see there, was founded in 1592, so hardly yesterday. It's modelled after the collegiate colleges of Oxford and Cambridge. Now, there's a reason I'm mentioning these three institutions particularly when we talk about branding, because it's important to understand how branding matters. Oxford, Cambridge and Trinity tend to get thrown into the same basket. I'll explain why in a minute. That's quite good for Trinity, which is nowhere near the rankings of Oxford and Cambridge, but they are nonetheless perceived to be similar-ish. Full name of Trinity, in case you didn't know, the College of the Holy and Undivided Trinity of Queen Elizabeth near Dublin, but you try saying that at a cocktail party. Unlike Oxford or Cambridge, it's only got one college. So University of Dublin has Trinity College. There's a new name for it, by the way. The definitive article has been put in over the last few years. The marketing people in Trinity, or whoever they hired, put in the word "the" because this was important for search engines before it was simply University of Dublin. I know. Anyway, Trinity College, that's what it is. It's one of the 7 ancient universities, if you're thinking of going there for lifelong learning. There was a time, of course, if I was saying lifelong learning, I wouldn't really have been talking about UCD or Trinity. I'd probably be talking about, for want of a better term, the lesser institutions. But now I'm absolutely talking about the top to bottom, for want of a better word. So the Premier Division are still Oxford and Cambridge, for those of you who like the football analogies. Championship, St Andrews, Glasgow, Aberdeen, Edinburgh, and at the bottom, Dublin. I don't mean at the bottom, but at the bottom of this list, the newest is Trinity College Dublin. Trinity is still recognised as an internationally premier university, notwithstanding that it's dropped out of the top 100, so its branding is critical. One thing I want to mention to you about Trinity and Oxford and Cambridge, but in your cases Trinity will be more pertinent, is this idea of the Trinity MA. Some of you will know about it, but some of you won't. Let me tell you about it briefly. Anyone who does a primary degree in Trinity College Dublin, be it in science, arts, whatever it might be, is entitled, after a number of years after they've left and graduated, they are entitled to then apply to graduate for an MA, a Master of Arts. You couldn't quite make it up. You don't have to study anything. I think you've got to find about €650, and hey presto, you're at a graduation that frankly you don't deserve to be at, but nonetheless you're at it. And you're a full graduate in a Master of Arts. It's a historic reason for this. It's run by Cambridge, Oxford and Trinity, that you may simply buy the particular degree. Unusual, of course, and those who've studied for master's degrees elsewhere are somewhat disappointed when they hear this and understand that, but nonetheless you need to know about it. So if you only do a primary degree there, which is possible, you may get what appears to be a second degree after it. You haven't got a second degree, nor should you sell it as such, but MA Trinity on your CV looks better, some might say, than BA Trinity. Of course, when you go to interview, you might need to explain it. But nonetheless, here's a little tidbit from years ago, really. About 5 years ago, a survey was done in in Britain, I should say, and the employers were asked who knew about the Oxford MA or the Cambridge MA, which is the same as Trinity when it can be bought. 87% didn't have a clue. They thought it was an earned MA. And of the other 13%, 8% said they didn't care. In other words, they were quite impressed with it. So it's all about getting some additions to your bow and arrow. You know, you need something else in that quiver, because kind of everybody's got something now. Everybody's got third level, so you need to be something more than everybody and stand out. And that's what this short chat is a little bit about. So the Masters, the MA, you can simply buy it in Trinity. I'm not really making a comment as to whether that's good, bad, or indifferent. I know the arguments for and against. All I'm saying is you can't do it in any other university in Ireland, and certainly the optics may look better than a plain old BA or BSc or whatever it might be. And of course, it's less liked by people who have earned MAs, which you can understand. The question is here, mature students, and I know most people watching this will be at the mature end of things, if I may call them that, rather than school leavers, though we may have some of those as well. But should I always go for these high point courses? Of course, if you're a school leaver, they always think the higher the points, the better the course. Of course, it's a nonsense. It's about supply and demand, but they're still considered the best amongst young folk. The tragedy is, amongst old folk like myself, well, maybe not quite as old as me, they're also considered the best. And there's this kind of residual feeling that constantly, if the points are high for a subject, they must be worth something. Well, let me let you into a little secret. I think it was again about 5 years ago in Trinity, I believe, in Dublin. English and French as a combination, an undergraduate degree, was harder that year, or as hard to get into as medicine. Now, if you're telling me that a BA from Trinity in English and French is as vocationally useful as a degree in medicine. Oh, well, I'll eat my mortarboard, because of course it isn't. The point is it's supply and demand. Every person up and down the country wants to do English and French in UCD, or in Trinity, I should say, that particular year, and there's only 30, 40 places, whatever it was. Just to give you an example, these are points from a few years ago now, 3 or 4 years ago, just how they go up and down. I mean, they all go up and down every year, depending on supply and demand. Music didn't become any more difficult in one year compared to the previous year when it was at 340. It's just more people wanted to do it, so there were less places. I have to say this to adults as well as school leavers. Law, of course, you see at the bottom. Well, of course, law as a combined subject, and I'll mention law in a minute, is the mot du jour, isn't it, or the mot du jour, because everybody wants to talk about doing law with Hebrew, Arabic, skullduggery, English, whatever it might be. So those combination subjects are very favoured by students. I'd caution it in the employment market. Employers have said to me recently that I've talked to, do you know what, we'd love somebody who just did law. You know, you'd nearly need to set up a support group for people who are just doing single subjects now, because everybody wants to be a jack of all trades. And I know the logic behind it. The logic is, of course, that if I do all these subjects, I'll be more employable. It doesn't necessarily follow. Trinity points there. I mean, just to give you an example of one in the middle there, religion, which used to be known, that was the artist formerly known as theology, and divinity, in fact, before that. And now there's kind of a generic degree, a BThe, it's called, a Bachelor of Theology. In religion. 347 got you in 2019, so you can assume as a mature student, if you wanted to go to Trinity, that it would be perhaps easier to access that course than it would other course. Supply and demand. For me, I would every day I would do religion above medicine, for example. That would be for me, but of course the perception is, well, you're not going to get a job at the end of it, but I do think you've got to think of education in different terms. And by the way, there's jobs for everybody out there, or there will be when we get over this crisis, and there's plenty of ways to skin a cat now. Time was, if you didn't get enough from medicine when you did your leaving cert, that was it, but of course those days have changed, and now everything is possible. Speaking of medicine, same 730, which is the HPATs now included in that, of course. Paramedical courses hovering in around 550. General nursing coming in around 400, thereabouts. Psych nursing a little bit less, but again, year on year it changes. UCD, of course, the biggest university in Ireland. I'm just going to fly through these now. The biggest university in Ireland, arts coming in at 310. UCD has changed its entry requirements for leaving cert students now, so that to get into certain subjects such as English, history and economics are higher and reflects more the Trinity model. But certainly the BA in UCD, the BA in Trinity, I mean, I just think it's a great start for those of you who are maybe haven't been in education for a long time, or perhaps you would even suggest you've never really been in it. To start a BA in Trinity, I would say Trinity simply because of the branding. And I used to say maybe think of UCD because it's only 3 years, but now they're both 4 years. You might think it's worth it for the branding to try Trinity as opposed to UCD, and of course that possibility of the MA at the end if you wanted to get it for optics. But arts in UCD generally get in around 310, which means that most people, subject to numbers, mature students with a good enough application in terms of their AQA and lifelong learning is good enough. Those of you who are interested in forestry, by the way, is AQA, landscape or sports turf management. I mean, who knew? AQA meaning, of course, that you really need to have just simply done the leaving cert, and that will get you in. So this is all about supply and demand. I mean, there might come in 2 years' time that everybody in Ireland wants to do sports turf management, and then I'll have to eat my jockey's cap in that case. So, you know, just keep that in mind, please, for mature students as well as for leaving certs. Maynooth, of course, again, law coming in at 450, AQA for arts, Dublin City Universities, all fine universities. Don't have the branding of Trinity, no question about that. Don't have the branding internally and don't have the branding externally. By the way, having lived in London and elsewhere, I lived in London for 12 years, a number of years ago. You know, I would safely say nobody in England has heard of any university other than Trinity. I mean, you might say, so what? And you're probably right. But at the same time, it just gives you a flavour of the international cachet for those of you who are interested in that. And of course, within Ireland, Trinity is still regarded, although people may not say it. People regard Trinity as the best university in Ireland. Like, whether it is or not is certainly a debatable point, but that's not the perception. TUD is interesting. The Institutes of Technology in Ireland are interesting, of course. Technological University Dublin, as it's now known, is now the lead, if you will. And it is considered that the others will seek, or they are seeking, university status, and in due course will get them. So they are certainly worth thinking about. And indeed, that whole issue about, on this slide, you'll see these Institute of Technology titles, since we're talking about how much they might be useful abroad. A lot. One of the highest ranking and indeed The highest ranking university in the last couple of years has been MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So just from a branding and narrative perspective, for those of you who might be thinking of going abroad, that tends to carry probably more weight than it might do, curiously enough, at home. And then, of course, the private colleges like ourselves and city colleges. For those of you who want to do psychology, the leaving cert point's 179 in DBS, which is very low, so mature students will get in. They'll also get into social science, law and DBS, law and independent colleges, and city colleges I'll mention just before I go in the half hour. Fees typically for these full-time bachelor courses are between $5,500, $6,500, so they're not cheap. But as Eleanor Roosevelt once said, if you think education's expensive, you should try ignorance. And she was right, of course, but at the same time, having said that, it is money. The great thing about fees nowadays is, well, I don't know if it's the great thing, but it's certainly an advantage, is that there's very few colleges, if any, that won't allow you pay over a period of time in tranches or indeed monthly. So fewer people are paying all at once. And that is true as well, indeed, in city colleges where I'm based as well. But I'll talk a little bit about that shortly. Okay, so that's the branding. You need to be honest with yourself. I've just talked about branding in Ireland. I'm going to go further afield. I mean, I feel like a dream catcher here today, not a dream snuffer. You can just go anywhere with John if you stay here for long enough, but you actually can. The only thing that limits you is your imagination. Some of you might say that's quite limiting, but I'm sure it's not. The subjects then, what should I do? I can't talk about every subject in the world. Let me just give you a shimmer over a few of them. Psychology being one of my areas. Psychology degrees are very popular, but popular not just for people who want to become psychologists, but they then go off into industry, management, marketing, advertising, journalism. All over the place, you will see people with primary degrees in psychology and laws I'm going to discuss briefly shortly. You'll see them with those primary degrees, and they haven't professionally qualified in those particular disciplines. So that's certainly worth considering. The career paths, of course, can be academic for you and professional in psychology. A lot of people try to do clinical doctorates or working in the hospital environment, but a lot more, of course, will end up doing a private practice. As I said, other people will not go that far either. Typical psychology degrees, the ones in asterisks, are typical in Ireland: private practice, organisational, clinical psychology in hospitals, and psychology in academic careers. These are popular ones that we know in recent years for Irish graduates. Just for mature students as well, just to mention as we go through this lifelong learning possibility, counselling and psychotherapy in a place called PCI College. You've got a 4-year one there. You can see the price of it. That was the last prices I saw, $16,500. Again, not cheap, but certainly at the end of it, you are professionally qualified insofar as you may set yourself up and become a member of the relevant professional body for counselling and psychotherapists, and of course then may set yourself up in practice. And so there is I suppose a real end to it, a real vocational and a living wage to the end of that, and hopefully quite a good one as well. Let me just talk briefly about law. Law in Ireland, of course, is a divided profession. I haven't got the time here to talk about legal executives, who are the old law clerks, law managers, and that's a separate profession in its own right. Let me just mention the solicitors. Some of you may not have even considered I would never be a solicitor, you say. It's so difficult. Well, I would say to you, if it is so difficult, how come we have thousands and thousands of them? It's not so difficult. What's difficult is you getting your head around it. That's the difficulty, and that's what lifelong learning is all about. Everything is possible. If you're not a graduate, don't worry about it. There is a preliminary examination for those who do not have a degree in any discipline. You can do that and you can pass it. For those then who have degrees or have passed the preliminary examination, you have what's known as the 8 FE1 exams. We do them here in city colleges and indeed elsewhere. And then you do in-house training of about 24 months, and you do 2 further courses in the Law Society. I've got my email address at the end, by the way, so if you want to just have a chat any further about any of these areas, or indeed something that might have sprung to mind from them, please do let me know. Barrister is a little bit slightly trickier. You must undertake an approved law degree. So those who have an approved law degree will do the entrance exam to the King's Inns. That's held every year in August. And what they will do is they will simply sit those 5 exams over 1 week, and then they will go on to do the Barrister at Law degree course, which is 2 years part-time or 1 year full-time. So that would be a choice that you'd have to make yourself. Not cheap, in around 10,000 each year. So obviously this is an investment. I mean, everything is. The thing about the solicitor's course is that if you get a training contract in a law firm, they may well pay for it. In fact, they almost certainly will pay for it. So that is obviously something worth keeping in mind. The apprenticeship stage then for the barristers, you enter, well, first of all, you get called to by the Chief Justice of Ireland, and you become a member of what is known as the Law Library. But then you go into what's known as deviling. You devil for a year, probably 2 years now, with your master, who will be a junior counsel of some year's note. You'll get paid little or nothing in those couple of years. So this is where you hear about barristers dropping out. They don't have that minimum wage, if I can call it that you're getting in law firms. So some people can find it difficult, obviously enough. You've just put 20,000, maybe the guts of it, into your training to be a barrister, loads of work, and now you've got to look forward to, what, the next 2 years earning nothing. I mean, could life get any more tragic, I hear you say? And probably not. Having said that, for those of you who can stick with it, financially or otherwise, and have the support of people, emotional, financial or otherwise, certainly it is true to say that people of varying competencies can do well at the bar, very well at the bar. So you've got to keep that in mind. It is worth it, and I can talk to you separately about that. So your degree options, I would always say to you, try and start with the BA. I've got a mixture of stuff there, but a BA degree is great. You do the degree, do the subjects you're interested in. Troy Deeney, that famous philosopher, well, he also happens to be the captain of Watford, would you believe, football club. But Troy Deeney has also said, you do what you see. And what Troy is really trying to say there is do what you like. Do those subjects, and then you can go on to do your psychology and law. That would be my generic advice. The BA, LLB, BSOC and Trinity, similar in UCD, slightly different titles maybe, and the privates I've mentioned to you already. Let me just finish up in these last few slides talking about the best options in the world. What are the best universities in the world, and why am I even talking to you about them? I mean, there you are. You're living in Dublin, Cork, Limerick or Galway, and there's no way you can get to any of these places. Well, bear with me. Cambridge and Oxford, in these islands, considered the best in the world, and probably in the world as well. Cambridge, top 5 in the world for the last 5 years. It has 90 Nobel Prize winners. To give you an idea, France has only 66. There's one college called Trinity College in Cambridge, which has 32 Nobel Prize winners. I mean, Russia's only got 22. Similar story for Oxford. And then at the bottom, then you've got these Ivy League universities, Harvard and Yale being the two kings. You've all heard about them. These are the places to go. And you're saying, John, I haven't got 100,000 to go over to pay fees to go on an undergraduate course to Harvard or Yale. What are you talking about? And you may well say that. Well, let me tell you. Why not think about gaining a serious advantage and some curveballs for the 2021 season? Oxford and Cambridge London School of Economics. They're the three big brands within this area. Oxford, have a look at that, please. Certificate in Higher Education. It's like a baby BA. You can do it online, spending only a week over in Oxford over 2 years. Excellent, and you get an Oxon qualification. Similarly in Cambridge, the Institute of Continuing Education. Have a look at that website, please. The LSE have online courses. And even the Ivy League, Harvard and Yale. You can do diplomas from Harvard and Yale online, and they are proper Harvard ones. They're called Harvard Extension, like Harvard Continuing Education. And you can do those online, having spent very little time over in Harvard, a week or two over 2 years. Definitely worth looking at, because they're game changers to your CV. At least they should be game changers to your CV. And anyone who's ever got them will always say they are. Again, in subjects you want to do, and then can get the professional qualification of what we might consider an ordinary enough institution. City colleges, just to get you started on this, a diploma in criminology, and I'm being selfish here because this is my course, obviously. It's a 10-week diploma. Next one starts in September. But this is the type of thing we do here and other places. A 10-week diploma, 1 evening a week on a Thursday night, online and on-site. There's a 10% discount, I've been told to tell you all, for anyone who watches this and chooses to come on board, 20% if you're a serving member of An Garda Síochána. Excellent course, I would say. That wouldn't I, but what we're doing is we're combining criminology with forensic psychology. So serial killers, stalkers, sex offenders, the psychology, and indeed the social, environmental, and familial reasons for crime. Excellent course, gets great numbers. I mean, I would say that, but it actually is. Gets great numbers 3 times a year. We'd love to see you in September. This is the type of thing that can get you back into education and really operate as a fantastic trampoline into other studies. I've got a minute left. Always remember, I would say to you, as mature students, obviously I've just plugged city colleges there, and why not? But there are plenty of routes and ways to do any course in 2020 and 2021 for mature students. I know there are some school leavers maybe going to be watching this, but nonetheless, consider those different ways of options. And please, although you're mature, if you're a bloke, you're not mature, by the way, of course, but if you're female, you will be, but you may still be harboring under the illusion that because points are high for a course or difficult to get into for mature students, I better have a go for that. No, you go for the course that suits you. Think of branding, then think of your subjects, and then remember you can go anywhere with a very, very broad BA platform. It's nothing necessarily, as I say, to do with the quality or difficulty of the job. It's got everything to do with supply and demand. I've gone to my half hour there now, and you've been very good to bear with me, and I don't believe I've got anything else, so I'm going to stop sharing these, and then I might be able to talk to somebody if they've... Well, I don't need to talk to somebody. There might be some questions.
Yeah, well, that was very interesting, John. Thanks for that. I have a question or two.
Yeah.
I guess, June, like, what do you think the landscape of job preferences and courses will be like if this kind of COVID-19 pandemic continues or enhances over the next few years?
Sure. Okay. Well, what's going to happen? That's a good question, Cole, because what's going to happen here, I think, is that people are going to go back to basics as we have a habit of doing. So, for example, during the boom in the mid-noughties and late noughties, it was all about building, surveying, architecture, very of the moment. And then in law, there was mediation. Everybody was a mediator. You'd almost need to set up a support group for people who weren't mediators. So there's been a lot of and you get those waves in education. But I think now COVID, my own guess is, and from what I'm hearing, I suppose, on the educational ground, is that people are thinking more in terms of the old favourites. So I want to do psychology, I want to do law. I was going to say I want to do journalism, but that's very different now. But digital journalism, I want to become an accountant. People are looking for the linchpins, for these anchors in their lives. So I think that's what's going to happen. And number two, people are going to go into these routes from very different ways to the way they used to. So in my day, BCom, you had to do BCom in UCD if you wanted to become an accountant. It would be foolhardy to try and go any other way. Now you can do it in zoology, you know what I mean? And you can then just add on an extra year or two to get qualification. So I think that's what's happening. Also, final point, Cormac, people are changing careers mid-flight. Nobody stays in one job anymore. Even guards, who I have a lot to do with, they're all gone after 25, 30 years, and they're reinventing themselves. So the idea of one job for life, I'm afraid, doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's very, very hopeful seminar as well. For people trying to do lifelong learning. And
well, you explain it as it is as well, because this is what employers think. Employers, if you're explaining to an employer that the place you went to was actually brilliant and the course you did was, you're wasting time and you're on the back foot. So I think people need to think about where they go as much as what they do now.
Exactly. Well, thanks very much. That was a great talk, and you can visit the City Colleges booth until 4 o'clock today at Virtual Education Expo. We'll be back live in a few minutes now.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, John. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, we're back, and next we have Jerry Grenham from the Institute of Banking. Jerry is the head of programs, and his webinar will be on leveraging your educational award with a professional designation, careers in banking, finance, and international funds. If you'd like to go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, thanks very much, Cormac. Good afternoon and welcome. I'll just start my presentation. I've done out some slides. I'll work through them reasonably quickly, but I suppose the emphasis is I'm going to talk obviously mostly about designations as a complement to your actual educational award. But I'll tell you a little bit about the Institute of Banking first of all, because people might not know about us and the context in which we deliver programs. So basically, we're the professional body for banking in Ireland. Okay, so we're a not-for-profit body. Okay. So basically our role is to support the education people working or wishing to work in banking or financial services or funds. So it's a pretty wide brief. Okay, so I suppose we do that by offering educational courses and designations. And I suppose what makes us slightly different, or maybe mostly different than some of our competitors, is the fact that our programs are developed in conjunction within more about that. We're well established over 100 years, as you'll see. You might be surprised to see that we have 9,000 students with us at any one time. I suppose the really important point is that we're a college of UCD. We're actually a recognised college of UCD. So if you do a program with us, an accredited program with us, your award is by UCD. Okay, so you're on the national framework of qualifications at whatever, depending on where the program is, level 7, 8, and 9. Either undergraduate, degree, or postgraduate is level 9. So all our awards are awarded by UCD, and in fact, graduation is in UCD. I think there's a slide coming up in a few minutes, and you might even see us in the background where we had our graduations in UCD. So it's basically like being a recognised college means it's a bit like being the commerce faculty or the medicine faculty. We're kind of, if you like, the Institute of Banking faculty. Okay, so we're on a par academically, and we come under all UCD regulations, as I said, nationally and internationally, and we're linked into the national framework. Okay, we offer a range of programs at 7, 8, and 9, and there are various durations. I don't know if you know much about the different levels, but as I said, 7 is basically certificate and general degree, 8 is an honours degree, and 9 is a master's level. So you don't have to do a full master's or full bachelor's or a full diploma or certificate with us. You can do shorter programs. So rather than, let's say, a master's is 90 CTS credits, well, we offer programs as short as 10, one module from a master's, or 3, which would be a professional diploma. Similarly at level 7 and level 8, and I'll talk a bit more about those. And in particular, the awards that are complement those, the designations that complement those education awards. So we have 34,000 members. I said about up to 10,000, so about a third at any one time. Okay, a little bit about our faculty. Our faculty, we as I said, we're a college of UCD. So if you like, on the academic side, we use a lot of UCD faculty, but we're not limited with UCD. We can also take people in from other universities and third level institutions, which we do. So that's one part of our faculty. And I suppose the other part then is in terms of specific banking and applied programs, we would use industry professionals. And obviously, if you have something very niche like credit in banking or whatever, you would need a banking expert in the industry to do that rather than, let's say, an academic person. So we use a blend of the two. Tends to be, rough rule of thumb, level 7s and 8s probably more the practitioner side, level 9 probably more the academic side, but it varies because obviously some of a lot of our level 9s are linked in with designations and professional awards as well. Okay, so I'll just move on now to the next item there. So if you study with us, we deliver basically using flexible delivery, using classroom delivery. That's changed a little bit now with our friend COVID. So what we're doing now is we're offering all our programs online. So the types of support, we've offered blended learning in the past anyway, and a lot of our programs online. So it's not a huge departure for us. So we have a range of supports. We have the our e-learning platform. Then we have the lectures or workshops either live or streamed, or recorded. We've email support. We've as I said, the live webinars then to complement maybe recorded ones. We have a study guide, past papers, MCQs, some of the student forum and videos. So we have the whole range of supports there we can offer people in terms of studying online with us. And in fact, we're starting now. I'll talk about this in a minute. We actually have a summer term as well. So in fact, the closing date is the 3rd of July, and I'll talk a little bit about those. So basically, I suppose the main thing about our program is because we're if you like, complementing people who want to work in the industry or are working in the industry. We really are part-time, and we're offering people to a chance to work and study or combined study with their work. Okay, so as I said, you study with us online evenings and weekends. As I said, sometimes in the past some of those were classroom based, but we're actually all online now. So you see there's an endorsement there on the right hand side from one of our funds people. As I said, we cover banking, full range of financial services, and into international funds. So I'll talk a little bit more about that. Okay, in terms of specific programs then, because I think we have a huge range of programs. I think it's 40, 50, depending on how you count them, on our own website. Now, we didn't put all those up, but in terms of, I suppose, immediate concerns to people might be the summer term, which the closing date on the 3rd of July. We're a bit unusual in the fact that we offer some of our professional programs, or our programs generally, over the summer. So we have a professional cert in financial advice, a diploma in compliance, and a cert in funds, basically for people who want to get into the industry. And these are kind of entry-level programs for people, and they have in brackets, you'll see I've got the award on the left-hand side, and in brackets I have letters beside it. And the letters there are the complementary professional designations that go with the award. So I'll talk maybe a little bit about those in a second. But just to say then, obviously we offer our full range of programs then in September. So the closing date there, and I said there, it's all levels 7, 8 and 9. Just to give you a few examples and ones that might stand out and people might be interested in. There's an MSc in financial services. That's a new pathways program. So which means there's a flexible way of taking your MSc. So rather than signing up for an MSc in financial services as we would have in the past, you can do a professional diploma for 30 credits. You can maybe take a break, do another professional diploma for 30 credits, then do a third one if you want to put it together. You can either do these as standalone diplomas, but when you have the three of them in taken, then you've done 90 credits and you'll be eligible for the MSc. So if you like, you can do the MSc via the Pathways program. You can do it in stages. Okay, so let's go through those. The other one there, MSc in compliance. We also have a lot of digital programs which people might be interested in, including data analytics. And there may be funding for some of those programs, so they might be of interest to you. We'll talk a little bit about that, or at least we can find out a little bit about that in due course. Okay, and then the general range of professional certificates and diplomas. So we've really quite a lot, as I said, in the generally, and certainly in starting in September, and then in summer term, those 4 programs at the start there are taking in applications as we speak. So I might move on and talk a little bit about those, and maybe more in the sense of the designation, because I was really talking about the designation as distinct from the awards. The two are complementary, but most of you are familiar with an education award. You sign up for a program, you do a program of study, you pass it, and then you get some kind of a certification from an awarding body like UCD or NUI or whoever it is, Okay, so and that's fine. A lot of the program people, organizations offer their educational programs. We do that too, but in parallel with that, we with most of our programs we offer a professional designation. So what we're saying is, let's give you an example of a professional designation. Let's say you do a Bachelor of Accounting, okay, and you get awarded a degree from accounting from whoever, Trinity, let's say, okay. That doesn't allow you to do work as an accountant, to practice as an accountant. You have to do your accountancy exams, which are professional exams, and you get the designation, whatever it might be, ACA or ACMA or whatever the word, ACCA, okay, depending on the accountancy body. So you have the award, the degree, you'll always have that, and then the designation is the industry certifying that you've reached a professional standard, okay. And part of that is you have to do lifelong learning. You sign up for your chartered accounting, let's say, and then you do each year you do continuing professional development, okay. So engineering is another one. You get your bachelor degree, but you can't practice as an engineer. You have to go off and do your chartered exams and become a chartered engineer before you can practice. And the awarding body there is the Institute of Engineers or whomever. Okay, so you tend to do it in 2 stages. Your award and then your professional designation. With us, when you do, because our programs are applied and industry focused. When you do your award, if you like, the professional element is built in, the skills and knowledge, that professional element is built in the main. So when you get the educational award, you tick that box. But of course, when you tick that box, you also have achieved the educational standard for the designation. So you don't have to do any further exams in the main, and all you have to do, or one of the things you have to do, is commit to lifelong learning and doing CPD and updating your knowledge on an annual basis, as you would with any professional body. Okay, so in terms of a professional designation, then it's really is a recognition of education achievement, and also the professional standing. So it's not just the academic side; it's the professional side. What the profession says that you're skilled in and they're prepared to sign off on you for. Okay, so it's really a badge of endorsement of academic qualifications and also professional knowledge and experience. And very often on the professional side, the knowledge, if you like, the award is one thing, but one of the issues around it is, do you have the professional work experience? So that's where we're able to sign off on that. Okay, because, and I'll talk a little bit about that, because some of the entry requirements require experience, some don't, and it's kind of, if you like, built into the education award. Okay, so the professional designations then, what do they do? Well, a professional, it complements our educational programs. So you get your bachelor's degree or you get your MSc and you get a complementary professional designation. Okay, so as I said, it verifies the applied aspect of your skills in your work. So if I get a Bachelor of Accounting, that's all very well. An employer says that's very good. But if I actually have my ACCA, the employer, it means it's saying something slightly different for the employer, maybe largely different from the employer. It says this person now is a functioning accountant and can do your books, as distinct from perhaps just with the academic award, if you can see the difference there. So what are these designations then? Well, they're ranging depending on the award and the program. So it's national or international. So some of them are national and some of them are international. So what we try to do is we try and complement our programs to the appropriate designation. So I have there FBS, FPSB, ACOI. So ACOI, Association of Compliance Officers in Ireland. We offer a lot of our programs and we design our programs with third parties. So on compliance, we offer them with the ACOI. And ergo, we're able to, they're the professional body for strictly in compliance. So we were able to put together a program that satisfies the industry requirement for professional knowledge, if you like. Okay, FPSB is financial planning. That B should be a P, but it's Financial Planning Standards Board. It's an international, it's a world group. So what we did was we went to the FPSB, we put together a proposal for a program to deliver on their designation. And then we put that program in place under UCD's guidance and auspices. That's called the Graduate Diploma in Financial Planning. So ergo now, when you do your Graduate Diploma in Financial Planning with us, you are well on the way to getting your Certified Financial Planner designation. Okay, and as we'll see in a minute, you can upgrade that to a Master's as well. So there are external bodies, as I said, like ACOI. You know, we've worked with the Chartered Institute in Scotland. We work with, as I said, ACOI. We work with Irish Tax Institute. And we work with various other people in terms of putting together programs that satisfy these external bodies' requirement for professional knowledge and skill. Okay, so it gives an industry validation and these designations. They say to you, I've got the education award, but I can also actually practice and do things for you in an industrial setting. And in one or two cases, in fact, these are mandatory. You require them by the regulatory authorities before you'll be allowed practice. Okay. So once you get your designation, then you have to do, as I said, we support you via lifelong learning. Like any professional body, as I said, the chartered engineers, the accountants, whomever, once you sign up to become an engineer or an accountant, you sign up to keeping your knowledge up to date every year by doing CPD or continuing professional development. So what we do is, you know, after you get your designation, part of our organization looks after CPD. So we put on events on an ongoing basis. We keep track of your records. We can validate your records. I'll talk in a minute about the certified or qualified financial advisor, which is required by the central bank. So we keep all your records. So if you change job and your employer says, are you a QFA because I can't employ you unless you are, you say, yes, I am, and here's my record, and here's my record that I've up to date. And you see all the study I've done every year for the last number of years, how I've kept up to date in my work. Okay. So, and these records are audited by the central bank or whatever the quality QFA board. So if you want to give advice to the public, you better be able to show that you've actually you're doing what needs to be done to maintain your designation. But we do all that in the background for you. Okay, so that's if you like a support that we have as part of the infrastructure for lifelong learning. Okay, so we do all sorts of things like annual returns to the appropriate authorities if you need to show that you actually have done all your CPD and are still keep your designation. Okay, so let's move on then and talk a little bit about some of the designations, because I mentioned some of them there. So the first one is it's in financial planning. As I said, we work in mostly in banking, financial services, and international funds. So the first one that we have there is APA, and that's summer intake. I'm just going to, on the first slide here, talk about some of the summer intakes. Okay, APA means accredited product advisor. So basically, if you want to get a job giving retail advice in the financial services industry, let's say you're working in a pensions broker or a credit union or a mortgage broker or a bank, and you want to give advice on pensions, mortgages, loans, life assurance, all the various areas on big ticket financial advice items. So let's say I want to go down and buy a car, and I have the people who sell me the car will set up the finance. So I go down to the garage and I talk to the guy and the salesperson about the car, and that's fine. And I decide I'm going to buy. And now I want to actually do my finance package, unless I'm buying cash, obviously. But normally people will have to have the purchase finance. That's a big ticket item. So now the person that advises me in the garage can't be anybody off the street. They have to have an APA in loans or investments or whatever one it is. Usually in loans, I think, for people in the garage. So, okay, so when you're talking to somebody as a member of the public and getting retail advice on a financial product, a big ticket financial product, you will actually have to have this qualification. The central bank mandates it, and MCC, it means it's minimum competency code. So the central bank is saying you need it's the very minimum to interact with the public. You need your appropriate APA. And if you're giving advice on pensions, it has to be an APA on pensions. If you're giving advice on mortgages, like in the banks or whatever, the building societies, it has to be in mortgage. You better have this. You can be employed by the company, but they can't let you talk to a customer and give advice on mortgages. Okay, so these professional, and the program then that you do is the professional certificate, and the designation that goes with that is the APA, and there's a range of them depending on which various areas you want to give advice in. So it's a very easy way, not very easy or straightforward way of trying to get maybe advance into the industry. A lot of the industries just won't recruit you unless you have the appropriate APA, and that's usually a 10 credit program at level 7. So it's 2 5s. I think there's a module on regulations, and then there'll be one on pensions or one on mortgages, depending on what you're doing. Okay, then once you have your APA and your 10 credits, you can let's say you do it in pensions, you can hopefully get your job working on pensions advice. The next thing you can do is you can expand that. Rather than just giving advice on pensions, you might want to give the advice on the full range of retail products, okay, to make yourself more employable across the industry, not just to give pensions. So, and obviously that you want to have mobility and flexibility in your career. So the QFA then is 30 credits. So basically it's basically all the APAs rolled into one, if you like. So if you do the QFA, it's 30 credits, 6 5s. So you might have 2 done already, 2 of the 6 done already. You might have 10 in the bag for, let's say, you have APA and pensions. Then you go on and do on the QFA. So you'll take the mortgage one, you'll take the life assurance one, you'll take the investments one, you take the loans. And you've all those done. You're a fully qualified QFA. And again, you meet the minimum competency requirements now to give advice across the range of retail financial services products. That's a retail customer, somebody, a member of the public. Okay, so you're not talking about, you don't need these to give advice to other banks or other professional companies. These people are deemed by the central bank to be able to look after their own interests. It's just before anybody can give advice to the general public, they need these designations. Okay, so that the award then that goes with that is the professional diploma in financial advice, and the designation associated with that is the QFA. So if you sign up for the diploma, you get your 30 credits. Then we'll sign you up for the QFA designation. You'll undertake to do your continuing professional development, and then you will be authorized after you get the designation. You'll be on the register as having met the minimum competency code requirements from the central bank, and you can apply for jobs across the range of the retail industry. Okay. The next one then we're going to talk about is CFP, Certified Financial Planner, and this again is another program, and it's an advanced program. The QFA is level 7, 30 credits. The CFP is an international designation, so it's really on wealth management and financial planning. So the QFA is, if you like, minimum competency. So it's the basic level that people have, the APA/QFA. Now, if you want to give advice at the highest level to high net worth individuals, private banking, in these types of areas, then the CFP is the international designation. You're dealing with people not really giving advice on loans or mortgages, which is very important, but you might be managing somebody's estate or something from a financial planning point of view. So obviously the skills are much wider and much different. So this is the CFP is an international designation. It's worldwide. It's the biggest and premier financial planning awarding body, if you like, or a designation professional body. Okay, so you would do that. You'd sign up for our graduate diploma, and that's 60 credits at level 9. And then you can take another 3 credits if you wanted for an MSc. So that's a very good route into the MSc. And the QFA, just to say, it also qualifies you. If you have 3 years experience plus QFA, you can get into the graduate diploma. So which is really a great plus, rather than just, you can go from a level 7 to a level 9 program. Okay, so it's a really great way of getting into the graduate diploma. Admittedly, it's in a narrow area of financial planning, but you don't need the prime. So we could talk about that if you need to find out about that. So let's move on then to another area with compliance. Another area where we're looking at intakes in the summer. So the LCOI is the designation that goes with the professional certificate and diploma in compliance. So basically, this is a level 7 program, 20 ECTS credits, 4 modules, 2 on the cert. You can get the cert, bank the cert, move on, or else you can progress on to the diploma by doing 2 more. And it's the entry level to, if you want to look at a career in compliance, in the compliance industry, and it's a huge growing industry. We know all about compliance and the whole financial regulation superstructure that's out there. But you know, we do compliance all over the place in health and safety, in terms of the food industry, in medical industry. A lot of these education, these are all very, very heavily regulated industries, and you have to be able to show that you're meeting the regulations, hence the compliance. And we've developed a program then, this entry-level program, in conjunction with the Association of Compliance Officers of Ireland, ACOI. So again, as I said, we go back, we start with what the designation is, we put the program together and with the professional body, and ergo then it satisfies the not just the academic award, which we do with UCD and work with the program to make sure it satisfies the UCD, but we also work with the industry to make sure it has that applicable applied aspect of it, so it will qualify for the designation as well. Just by way of, I said that we offer programs at all levels, but the MSc in compliance then is at level 9. That's a September intake, and that's again with ACOI, and that's basically for more senior people. So very often a lot of our programs offer a ladder of progression. We can go from 7, as we saw with the APA, you can go on for the QFA, then you can go on for the grad dip. Here you can go on with the professional cert, diploma, and then maybe I'll go on to the compliance as well. Normally you'd need a degree, but certainly significant experience would get you in there as well as a non-standard entry. Okay, so as I said, the designation there is LCOI, and it's in conjunction with the ACOI. Okay, international funds. The new designation here, it's funds professional. Okay, so and that's again in conjunction with the funds industry. And again, as I said, we work with a lot of the other professional bodies to validate the professional knowledge. Okay, so the entry route there is there's a professional certificate. There's also experience. And if I go back just for a minute, I'll just show you one of the things. Sorry. If you saw here, I have the certificate in practical skills for a career in the funds industry. So that should be there. But the point is, this particular program is an entry-level program to the industry. Okay, so you know, we have the certificate, and we also have that the professional certificate, you know, our experience will help you get the AFP. Okay, so let's move on. I think there's one final here. We talked about banking. So I suppose, how does a banker, I mean, you know, an engineer or a doctor or a dentist or an accountant, everybody knows what a professional engineer is, or most people would. A doctor, a dentist, it's quite clear, or at least it's broadly clear, what these people do and what their designation means. So in the banking industry, it's not quite as clear. There's a huge range of skills and range of the work level that people do. So what we've done is we've introduced a professional banker and a chartered banker, and these are in conjunction with the Chartered Institute in Scotland. These are actually global designations as well. So and again, these certify your skills as a banker. So basically, if you're in the banking industry and you've got a degree in commerce or whatever, or business studies, but you're working in banking, and now you want to, you know, validate yourself as a professional banker. Okay, we have an award for you there, and it's the program is, I didn't put the program title there, but it's it also has this complementary professional banker designation. Okay, so as I said, again, it complements the work experience. There are various routes into professional banker, And if you're interested in that, you should really contact us and we could talk you through it. The other one then is chartered banker, and that's, again, it's more for more senior bankers. So I suppose the mainline banking people would be the professional banker. Then this more senior bankers would be the chartered banker, and that's associated with the level 9 program. The professional banker tends to be associated with the level 8. So the level 9 then is you do a professional diploma, 30 ECTS credits, and then that would be the educational part. And then you would, I think you would need to sign off on experience, and then you get yourself as a chartered banker. Okay, so now you have 30 ECTS credits, and then you can put that towards your MSc in financial services under pathways. So you've got 30 of the 90, if you like. You can go off and take your 30 with your 90 with your diploma, get your chartered banker, and live happily ever after. Or you can maybe take a break, or else come back, do another 30 or 2 other 30s, and get a full MSc for the 90. Okay. Not sure if that's clear, but it's basically a flexible way of getting your MSc. So you can do it in 3 chunks if you like of 30, or you can just do one of the chunks of 30 and walk away, get your professional diploma and get your chartered banker, or else you can build on that to work towards an MSc as you're going along. Okay. So there are the other designations as well, and I won't really go through them, but I'm just trying to get across the general point about designations, and B, how they complement the education awards, and how we do both, if you like. Okay, so just in terms of routes to designations, then what do you do to summarize? Well, you need a graduates of some kind of qualification. So APA, QFA, whatever the heck it is, it's the educational award. You need that. Then you might need experience required. Well, depending on the designation, but usually not. And certainly for the ones that start in summer, certainly not. Okay, so basically you don't need the experience at that stage. Basically, what you need to do with the APA and the QFA is get your designation first. Likewise with the PDC, the compliance one, and that tends to get you into the industry. Okay. Then, as I said earlier, you have once you have your designation, whichever one it is, there are different standards and requirements for continuing lifelong learning, for continuing professional development. They vary with the program, and as I said, for the APA or for the QFA, what you need to do is stipulated by the central bank, essentially through the QFA board. So what they're saying is, if you're going to give advice, you better be keeping up to date, and you better be doing whatever it is, 8 or 12 hours a year. Continuous education, and we provide that in the form of 1-hour webinars and events and what have you. Okay, so let's move on then in terms of the key benefits. So there are benefits really for the designation, as I say, that complement the awards. From the individual, from you as a student, would be raising standards of practice. I now know that if somebody says to me, I've got a chartered banker or a chartered accountant or a chartered whatever, I know that my skills, my practical skills, are validated by a professional body and not necessarily just by an educational body. Not that that's anything wrong with that. Okay, validate the professional development as well. You're going to be, when you've got your designation, you have to undergo your CPD, your ongoing development. So you're showing your commitment to doing this on an annual basis, and you're also you have to do that to keep your designation valid. Employers then, very well, actually some of the employers will only employ you if you have APA, QFA are ones, but other ones are the CFP in terms of financial planning. Some of the wealth managers around town banks and stockbrokers or whatever, will only employ CFPs or will prefer CFPs. Also in terms of compliance, you need the compliance. The funds APFP is becoming the standard now for people in the funds industry. As you probably know, funds industry is very big in Ireland, a lot of mobility, and how do you actually build your career and show that you're a funds professional? Well, if you have the designation, you can do that. Okay, so and the public, well, this is an important one as well, and particularly for the minimum competencies. So obviously the whole idea of the APA or the QFA was the central bank requiring people to have these educational awards and designations before you could give advice to the public. So that now gives the public the confidence that when I go down to meet my mortgage broker or arrange my car loan or look to get an insurance policy, take out a pension, as I said, or whatever, I am going to the members of the public are assured that the person talking to them is of a particular standard. So it's a badge of minimum competency, as we said. I mentioned that a few times, but that's very, very important. And let's say even if you come out of college with, let's say, a bachelor's degree in business studies, and you were to get a job in a bank dealing with retail customers, just because you have a bachelor's degree in business studies doesn't mean you can give advice. You might still have to go and do your APA or your QFA. So that's the point. In fact, you will have to do it if you're giving advice. Okay, so these are outside, if you like, and complement some of the other standard educational programs. Okay, so let's move on then, and just conscious of time, moving on. So what a few of the programs that we offer then in compliance, we've talked about the professional diploma. We also offer one in data protection at level 9. We offer one in financial crime, and we offer the MSc. So I'm just giving you a flavour of some of the other programs we offer. In terms of risk and financial crime, then we do ones in risk is a huge area. Anti-money laundering. We do culture, ethical behaviour in banking, financial services. We do operational management, risk management. So these are more specialist programs that people maybe who are in the industry, maybe a few years, some of them would maybe want to upgrade their skills or whatever. But certainly we certainly offer those programs as well. Okay, so in a couple of new programs that we have is a professional diploma in responsible and sustainable finance. You know, the whole area of sustainability is very important, and it's important for finance as well. Also leading cultural change. I don't know if any of you are familiar with what the central bank's findings on the financial industry and what have you. But one of the findings is really the importance of culture, ethical behaviour for employees dealing with the consumers, but also with if you like with the taxpayer and just generally in their business practice. These are very important programs, and I mentioned there already the MSc, the Pathways program. Okay, so I think I'll finish there, and I'm prepared to take questions if anyone has any questions.
Hi, Jay. That was great.
Okay, sorry, I went through that a bit fast, but I'm prepared to flesh through any of those issues if anyone would like to talk to me.
But I think what I was going to think actually, if I may ask, just a scenario, if you're speaking of lifelong learning in the Institute of Banking. So if someone had, let's say, finished college and had a career for a few years in marketing and is thinking of career change into finance, could you kind of give the best steps, direction to go if they're going to study in the Institute of Banking?
Yeah, typically what would happen if somebody wants to explore studying with us, it might be somebody like you say they're changing career or whatever. What we would do is we would talk to them. Basically, we have the program managers, we have our program directors as well. I think the easiest thing would be maybe to contact us, drop us in a query at info@iob.ie, or I think you people on the platform will be able to contact us through you, Cormac. So what we would do is try and maybe talk to you, see exactly what you're like. Marketing and banking, probably you'd probably need to start thinking about how you're going to evaluate. Are you a marketing person that wants to work in banking, or do you want to become a banker? Okay, so there's a kind of a difference there, and we'd probably have a different route for you if you were, depending on which way you wanted to go. But certainly what you could do, you could certainly take your marketing degree, and what you might want to do is maybe one of our digital programs. We have one on data analytics, which would be a very good one to do. It complements your marketing. It's very data-based and data-enabled. So we have a program on a professional diploma and a graduate diploma in data analytics. We have one in data leadership. So that might be a good complement. And then, and then have a flavour of that in the financial services industry. So
and just data analytics seems to be very popular at the moment. At the Institute of Banking, would you have a lot of inquiries coming in recently?
Yeah, we started the program, was it last year, the year before, and we have big numbers on the data analytics, actually quite big numbers actually, yeah. Just to say a bit about our program as well, it's not a technical program as such. There's data analytics is quite a wide area, and at one end there's the technical stuff about the statistics and the machine learning algorithms and what have you, and that's absolutely fine. And a lot of it is actually programming based as well, because you're trying to pull it together. But from our point of view, our emphasis is really more on the use of data. What use is data to a business, and in particular financial services? And also more broadly, we have a program on basically strategy and financial services. So that would be very much around the whole digital enabling and digital transformation. So they're the types of programs that we would offer in that particular space. We also offer ones at level 7 and 8 as well, an introductory one. So we have a full suite of them there. That's just kind of one example.
Yeah, well, that's great. There's a lot of information there, and as you know, the Institute of Banking will be with us live until 4 o'clock today at their store if you want to visit and chat with their team or apply for their courses. And then they'll also be in the system then for the next month, so you can keep up to date with all their courses. Thanks a million, Jay, for your presentation. Okay.
Colin, can I just say one final thing?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We put up the programs that started that are starting in summer, the 4 of those. So if people want to work on those, start working, they can do so within the next 2 weeks. We put up some of our other general courses, but we didn't put up all because there's a lot of programs that we have. So what I have on your website there isn't the full range of courses. We have a lot more, and maybe go to our own website if you want as well. www.iob.ie.
Perfect. Great. Thanks, Jerry.
Take care.
Okay, talk soon. Bye.
Bye.
We'll be back in a few minutes with Craig Slattery and Gary Dunn from UCD School of Science.
Slide.
Live streaming is on.
Welcome everyone. My name is Gary Dunn and I work in University College Dublin in the College of Science. Our session today will focus on some of our graduate master's degrees in the areas of biotechnology, biotherapeutics and regulatory affairs. We're joined today by Dr. Craig Slattery, who will give us a 20-minute presentation on this suite of graduate programs. And whilst our session is focused in particular on those areas today, UCD Science does have graduate taught degrees in a range of biological, chemical, geological, mathematical, physical and computer sciences. So we've over 40 different courses and we've recorded webinars covering this range of courses, and the link to that is on the UCD profile page. I'll be available in the chat during this session to answer questions, and similarly after Craig has finished his presentation, both of us will be happy to take your questions afterwards. So with that in mind, I'd just like to hand you over to Dr. Craig Slattery to begin his presentation.
Thanks very much, Gary. So hopefully you're seeing some slides there now. Great. So welcome everybody. Delighted to talk to you this afternoon. As Gary said, my name is Craig Slattery. I am a Master's Programme Director in the School of Biomolecular and Biomedical Science at UCD. I'm the director of one particular programme, which I'll talk about later on, but I'm also a member of the management committee, so we oversee and manage all of the programmes in biomolecular and biomedical science and contribute across all of those programmes. So happy to take any questions or answer any questions on any of the programmes I talk about here today. So first of all, to say biomolecular and biomedical science in UCD, we have 5 subdisciplines or 5 subject areas that we teach and we undertake research in. And over the last 10 years, really arising from these various subject areas and looking at the needs of the pharmaceutical sector, the biopharmaceutical sector, medical devices, those types of areas, we have developed a suite of what we feel are highly innovative and really unique MSc programs which work very well together. They complement each other in terms of the subject areas, but equally each of the programs, there is a level of specialization and particular focus that differentiates them from each other. So the 5 programs I want to talk about today are an MSc in biotechnology. There is an MSc in biotechnology and business, an MSc in biotherapeutics, an MSc in biotherapeutics and business, and then an MSc in regulatory affairs and toxicology, which is the program that I direct. So I'm going to run through these programs and explain the various aspects. I'll talk about the similarities, but equally what makes each particular program unique and what the particular selling points of each program are and why one person might choose for one particular program over the other. It's important to say that these programs have been developed over time. The MSc in Biotechnology has been running the longest, over 10 years at this stage, and then over the years, because of our ongoing association and consultation with a number of industry partners, we have identified areas to expand that family of programs into. So we have a lot of involvement with industry partners from various industry sectors, which I will talk about here. And as I said, each of these programs, there is a reason why, and hopefully by the end of my brief talk, you'll have an idea why you might go for one over the other. So ultimately, it's all about training graduates to meet the needs for highly specialized individual, highly skilled and highly knowledgeable individuals in pharmaceuticals, biotechnology, medical devices, biopharmaceuticals, the food sector, cosmetics, and even wider chemical safety. And at UCD, students will learn first and foremost from world-renowned experts in their fields, from the academics in UCD who are undertaking research. They're undertaking, they're publishing in highly renowned international journals, very high caliber researchers, really working at the edge of the cutting edge of knowledge in their particular disciplines. But also, as I mentioned, we have a lot of industry involvement. So there are a number of adjunct professors who work for large multinationals who come in and contribute to the course. A lot of the industry partners will take students on internships. And we also have a lot of involvement with national regulatory agencies, which is they're a very important stakeholder in this area. So the likes of the Health Products Regulatory Authority, or the HPRA, which is the equivalent of the FDA in Ireland. So they're involved in approving licensing medicinal products and medical devices for the Irish market. We have a good history of involvement with them, and they're very good and they contribute in terms of the lecturing, but also in terms of hosting some of our students on internships. The Food Safety Authority of Ireland, the Environmental Protection Agency. So we have a large team of people who are involved in delivering these programs, and I'll move on now just to talk about the particulars of each one. Sorry, before I jump into the individual programs, one last thing, quite a common question we get is how the programs are structured, how the individual students, how you will learn, and equally how you will be assessed. Taking broad strokes, there are particulars for each of these programs, but by and large, there will be lectures, there will be tutorials, there will be workshops focused on particular skill sets, there will be individual work, there will be group work, and there will also be mentorship meetings where throughout the program, the one-year programs, you will be paired with particular experts in different areas, and you'll have the opportunity to meet with them either one-on-one or in group settings. In terms of assessment, an important aspect, these are level 9 programs, MSc programs, and we really try to stay away from, let's say, traditional examination structures. The vast majority of work in these programs is continuous assessment. We use a wide range of methods, and our goal here is really to have authentic assessment techniques and approaches to assessment. So we really try and line up our assessments with real world tasks, so which allow you to demonstrate then your competency and your skills in those areas to prospective employers. So report writing, literature reviews, systematic reviews, product dossier development, gap analysis, product development plans, and a lot of presentations. So there is a large focus on soft skills in all of these programs, and career development, professional skills development, and obviously communication, both written and oral communication, is a really fundamental skill set to develop for anyone going into these areas and planning for a career in these areas. A lot of the assessment is individual, obviously, but again, we have a large component or a large focus on teamwork and team assessment. So nobody works in isolation, or very few people work in isolation in the real world. So being able to work in a team and being part of a team is a very important skill set to develop. And again, as part of these programs, we facilitate you and help you develop those skills. And of course, then when it comes to an interview, it's very important that you can point to some experience and some relevant examples where you have been part of a team and have worked effectively in that sort of an environment. So the MSc in Biotechnology and Business and the Biotherapeutics and Business programs, as the name suggests, they are a blended set of programs, and they have been developed, and they are delivered in conjunction with the UCD Michael Smurfit Graduate Business School, which is ranked in the top 50 business schools in the world. And these are very unique programs, and I'll talk about them in a bit more detail as we go along. But obviously, in those programs, there is a 50-50 split between the scientific knowledge and the scientific based modules and the business modules, and I'll show you what those business modules are as we go through. All of these programs are run within one calendar year, so typically our students start in mid-September, and by the following August they'll have completed their 3 trimesters, and they're ready to graduate, ready to go looking for work the following September. They are 90 credit programs, so level 9 90 credit programs, and there is a combination of taught credits and there are credits then which are research based, and the split is slightly different depending on which program you'll talk about, and I'll explain that as I go along. So the MSc in Biotechnology and the MSc in Biotechnology and Business, for anyone who doesn't know what biotechnology is all about, the short answer is, and how we tend to explain it, is that biotechnology encompasses all aspects of the industrial application of living organisms and the products of living organisms and the biological techniques involved in manipulating and using those organisms. So these MSc programs, first and foremost, they will broaden your knowledge and your understanding of biotechnology. You'll receive training in the current state-of-the-art technologies and processes that are so important in the biotech industry, bioprocess development, bioprocessing pipeline, quality control, all of those different aspects are covered in the course. And also it will enable you to understand the potential applications of these techniques in drug development, in food sciences and food biotechnology, and in environmental biotechnology. So this is really just a flavour of some of the scientific modules available on the Biotechnology MSc, drug development and pharmacology, recombinant DNA technology, food biotechnology, imaging, biological imaging, biomedical diagnostics and medical devices, regulatory affairs, bioprocessing. So as you can see there's quite a selection and quite a palette of modules that you can choose from on the scientific side of the program. For the MSc in Biotechnology, there are 60 taught credits, and then you have 30 credits which are research based. There are 2 options there for students, so depending on your undergraduate degree and your previous experience, you may or may not have had a research project in a laboratory in a university. If you haven't, then there's an opportunity there to do that. If you have had that experience and you're saying, well, I want something different, then we also have internships which are based in industry. So that 30 credit research component happens during the 3rd trimester, basically during the summer trimester, just before you finish up. And that's important for the internships because it also means, as you complete your internship, it's the last thing you're doing on the program. So it also, a lot of our students actually would get rolled into positions because they've demonstrated their competency and their ability during the internship period, and then quite often the employer says, look, we're really happy with what you're doing, we'd like you to stay on. And because of the way the courses are structured, that's entirely possible and happens all of the time. The MSc in Biotechnology and Business then, instead of that research placement for the 30 credits, so you still have 60 taught credits, but you have 30 credits for a business case development project, it's a group project. Quite often the groups will be paired with either a startup company in UCD or based in some other technology transfer setting, sometimes with larger companies, more established companies, but they're basically tasked with developing a product development plan for a product, a real world product, assessing where the product is in terms of its development, and then coming up with both a strategy for bringing it to market and also for raising funding. And the assessment then for that particular module is quite interesting. It's a Dragon's Den style assessment where the teams come in and pitch their business plan to a panel of invited experts that we bring in. So it's students really enjoy it. It's quite a unique sort of an assessment. In terms of graduate destinations, we do a lot of work tracking where our graduates go. As I mentioned, the biotechnology program has been running the longest, so we have some very good graduate tracking data there, and we can see that bottom line, our graduates go to pretty much every aspect of the sectors that I've mentioned. They go into private industry, they go into manufacturing, they go into regulation, they go into biological medicines, they go into traditional pharmaceuticals. There really is no limit to where our graduates have gone and continue to go. The MSc in Biotherapeutics, then, just to distinguish it from the biotechnology program, biotechnology, as I mentioned, covers all aspects of the application of biological products and biological systems across a wide range of sectors. The MSc program in Biotherapeutics really focuses in on the medicinal aspects of biotechnology. So it's looking at where you can take biotechnology-derived products and use them as medicines, what we call biotherapeutics or biological medicines, or simply biologicals. So for those of you who maybe aren't familiar with this, the whole area of biotherapeutics is really the future of human medicine. The greatest hope for solving many of the most challenging diseases for humans, diabetes, arthritis, all of the different types of cancer that are out there, neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's disease, all of these areas, our greatest hope actually lies in biological medicines. They are the future of medicines, but they are fundamentally different to pharmaceutical chemical entities. So there is a high level of specialization required and a high level of knowledge, specialized knowledge required to operate in that sector. So the modules here, there's obviously a little bit of overlap with the biotechnology program. You have drug development and pharmacology as well, but also a really big focus on bioprocessing, because the process by which you create and then produce these biological medicines, there is a lot of engineering, biological engineering goes into those. There is a lot of knowledge required to maintain the quality of that product over time and to make sure that you don't get mutations, you don't get amino acid substitutions, those kinds of things. And if they do happen, being able to problem solve and to trace back, do a root cause analysis and identify where in the process that has gone wrong. And both on this program and on the biotechnology program, there is a lot of engagement with NIBRT, the National Institute for Biotechnology Research and Training, who their campus is based within UCD. They have a large bioprocessing training facility on the UCD campus, and they are a centre of excellence in this area, and a lot of multinational companies would actually come to NIBRT and get their consult them in terms of developing bioprocessing. So they're a really valuable partner in the delivery of these programs, and really excellent experience for students, and something that it always looks good on your CV. So with the biotherapeutics and business, similarly to the biotechnology and business, the 30 credits here are around a business plan development, and quite similar to what I outlined for the biotechnology and business program, but the difference here being very specifically the groups of students are paired with biotherapeutics, whether it's around developing a biomarker screening assay, which would be used clinically, or actually developing purification methods, or novel antibody-based therapies, whatever it is. So a much more tailored approach, and very specifically in the area of biotherapeutics. The other difference here between the biotherapeutics program and the biotechnology program, on the pure biotherapeutics program, where so not the business, on the purely scientific program, the structure is different. So instead of 60 thought credits and 30 research credits, it's actually split 45 and 45. And straight away that tells you that there is a much greater component, a much greater focus on the laboratory aspect on that program. So with that program, essentially for 6 months of that program, students will spend a significant amount of time in a tailor-made, specifically developed facility within the Conway Institute, which is a research institute within UCD, where we have set up a mini bioprocessing development laboratory. So again, the students working as part of a team, you'll be assigned to a team, and you'll be tasked with, from scratch, developing a process for producing a recombinant human protein, isolating it, purifying it, and snagging and learning how to do that in a real world environment. And again, the feedback there, students really enjoy that, and obviously that will distinguish you from the biotechnology students as well, because you have that unique experience in terms of the laboratory exposure. So on the business programs, both the biotherapeutics and the biotechnology and business, as I mentioned, the business modules are delivered in conjunction with the Smurfit Business School. And these are the modules then which have been developed specifically to tailor and address the business needs and business operations within the biotechnology sector. So management and organizational behavior, business of biotechnology and science, corporate financing, marketing management, and business plan development. So they're the business modules that you would undertake in the and business programs. The last program I want to talk about in this overview is the MSc in Regulatory Affairs and Toxicology. This is the program that I direct, so obviously I'm a little bit biased. Really, regulatory affairs is the application, is the protection of public health. So you may or may not be aware, but a lot of products, before you're allowed to sell them, they have to be pre-approved. They have to be scientifically evaluated by regulatory agencies to make sure that if they are put out for sale, they are going to be safe, they're going to be effective, they have a sufficient quality profile and a demonstrated pedigree in terms of the quality of the product. So obviously medicines, biopharmaceuticals, the biological medicines I've mentioned already, medical devices, but also things like food additives, food supplements, cosmetics, personal care products, and even a lot of household chemicals and bulk chemicals. There is a high regulatory burden, because obviously a lot of these products and a lot of these agents have been specifically developed to interact with the human body. So that means that the chances of something potentially going wrong are higher than for other types of products. So that's where this program really has developed from, the need for both companies to be able to make sure that their products are developed along the right pipelines and hitting the right benchmarks along the way to demonstrate their safety and their efficacy, their ability to do what they're supposed to do. But equally, to meet the needs of the regulators. So you need to have people working on the other side of the fence who are evaluating products, who know what they're doing, who understand why it's important and how to make sure that these things are safe. This is how we know vaccines are safe. This is how we know that various medicines, we know what the safe conditions for using those medicines are. And it's been paired then with toxicology, which is the science. So I always say regulatory affairs is the application, the most obvious application of the science of toxicology. So really, this program prepares students to operate in a pretty unique position. So regulatory affairs and regulatory affairs professionals generally sit at the interface between a company, a manufacturer, a specific product, and the regulatory authority. So they kind of have to be able to talk to all of the different stakeholders, and they have to be able to communicate the relevant information and make sure that the relevant benchmarks are being hit along the way for any given product. And it is always through the three lenses of quality, safety, and efficacy. So this is the breakdown of that program, the different subject areas and modules that are covered. It's quite extensive. On the toxicology side of things, if you have no background in toxicology, that's not a problem, because we start from first principles. We look at toxicology testing, its role in drug development, biocompatibility assessment, which is really important for medical devices, the whole area of human health risk assessment, and environmental toxicology, which is highly topical and very relevant when we look at the chemicals in the environment and things like water purity and water contamination. On the regulatory affairs side of things, here we have heavy involvement from the HPRA in terms of delivering the course. We have medical devices, pharmaceuticals, biopharmaceuticals, clinical trial management, and then the other areas like foods, food supplements, environmental regulation. And then in trimester 3, so what's unique about this program is all of our students do an internship. And it's all about developing, the internships are really about developing the transferable skills, but also the experience in the specific area. So over the years, I think, so I have a list of different internship hosts that we've had students hosted with over the years. You can see there are a huge variety of different companies and different sectors, and our graduates have gone on to be employed in the same types of organizations and in the same sectors very successfully over the years. So I mentioned that we do track our graduates because it's important for potential new students. Everyone wants to know, is there a value to doing these programs? What we can say, looking back over the last 10 years, over 80% of our graduates have gained employment within 3 months of graduating from these programs. And in fact, over 35% generally gain employment before they're finished. So those are quite often the students who are on an internship. They're doing very well, and they actually get an offer of employment that before they've completed their study at all. So as I said at the start, I'm a director on one of these programs, but obviously I have a counterpart who would be, let's say, more knowledgeable on each individual program. So Cormac will be able to circulate this slide maybe afterwards or post it somewhere. If you have a specific question about any of the programs I talked about, you can feel free to drop an email. I'm happy to answer any questions now, but if you're unsatisfied with the answer that I have for you, you can contact Cormac Murphy, David O'Connell, Antonio, or obviously myself for the regulatory affairs and toxicology. I'd also point you towards our YouTube channels. So if you go to YouTube and search for UCD Science or for UCD_SBBS, you'll find channels both for our own school and for the College of Science in general. And there you'll find Q&A videos with each of those individual program directors. And also you'll find some interviews and Q&As with our recent graduates. And it might just be of interest to you to have a look and see what people say after they've completed the program. So other than that, that's all I wanted to say for now. I'll hand back to Gary. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Craig. I guess the most common question we get asked is about the internships, and I know you covered it in kind of good detail during your presentation, but would you be able to speak a little bit about the support available within the College of Science? Like are students expected to get the placements themselves, or are there staff available to help?
Yeah, it's a very common question we get, Gary. So we have two internships, dedicated internship managers within the College of Science. They work very, very hard in association with ourselves and on their own, going out to companies, identifying a wide range of opportunities, appropriate opportunities for our students. Then we have a dedicated job board or internship board within UCD, UCD Careers Connect, which only our students can access. So as internships are identified and become available, they get posted there. And then our students just apply for those internships that they're interested in, pretty much the same way as you would for any job. So you'll apply, submit a cover letter and a CV, and then you'll get shortlisted and called for an interview. And we work through that process over the whole year. So, you know, those opportunities start appearing in September, October, and the whole year long, people will apply for them and go through the process. So that in itself, obviously, you develop the skills of job hunting and interview skills, and then in association with the professional skills development modules on all of these programs, which are run in conjunction with the Career Development Office in UCD. Not only are you submitting cover letters and CVs, we're helping you learn how to do that and how to perfect the art of presenting yourself on paper and getting to the stage where you're sitting in front of a prospective employer having a conversation, because that's sometimes one of the biggest barriers to get past. So bottom line in terms of the internship, no, we identify the internships, we source them, and then we present them to our students as opportunities, and they will apply for them as their interest dictates.
Thank you very much, Craig. There was another question during your presentation, which I might actually kind of address myself first, and then you might have some more input. It was a question about visas, and I guess at the moment our answers are a little bit different maybe than normal, but for this particular case, what I would recommend is like our UCD Global office will be best placed to answer those, and for that particular student I'll just reach out to you directly after this session just to get an answer. Sometimes it varies just depending on a case-by-case basis. So if that student's still here, I'll contact you directly after this session.
What I would say, Gary, on it is obviously with the current situation, visas are probably going to take longer. On our side, we're very aware of that. We're going to make every accommodation that we can. So for international students looking to come in, we'll have a large degree of flexibility. We're going to be delivering everything in parallel. So all of the learning content, certain for trimester 1 from September, is going to be available online, and we're saying to our international students, you will be able to start the program remotely, and then whenever you can make it to Dublin, brilliant, and we'll be delighted to see you. But don't worry if you can't make it to Dublin for 21st of September, our start date. That's not a problem. All of our MSc directors and module coordinators are making sure you'll be able to engage with the program from day one. You'll be supported remotely, and the other thing to say is we have in the last week heard that all of the visa offices are starting operating again from the week after next, and we've been assured that people applying for visas for educational purposes are going to be prioritised. So things are moving and things are improving in that space as well.
Thank you very much, Craig. I think unless we've any further questions coming through, I just see we're coming up to 10 to the hour. We might just begin to wrap up there. If you do have any questions while I'm doing my wrap up conversation, feel free to jump in and we'll take them. But as Craig said, we have quite a lot of material available online. So if you go to ucd.ie/science, you'll find links to all of our graduate courses. We have a series of webinars available. The link to those webinars is on our profile page for this particular event. So we've recorded quite a lot over the last couple of weeks. Craig mentioned some of the alumni profiles which are available, and we've also done some further sessions with Craig, with the director of the biotechnology masters, and a variety of others. So there's a huge resource of materials out there. So thank you to everyone for joining us today. If you do have any questions, please feel free to get in touch. We do have a profile page for this event, so I'll get back to everyone directly through that. If you'd prefer just to send an email, you can email me at gary.dunn@ucd.ie. So on that note, goodbye from myself and goodbye from Craig.
So thank you everybody for tuning in today. That was some very interesting and very, very varied talks that we've had. You've everything from psychotherapy to medicine to creative courses to peruse. So we hope that we've tickled your interest and at least given you a little bit of an incentive to do a bit more digging. So again, check out the website. All the colleges are listed there. It's Virtual Expo. virtualeducationexpo.ie. So again, they all have supplementary materials. There's a full list of courses, and yeah, be sure to follow us, check out our newsletter, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Thank you so much, and good luck in your career. Bye.